Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome you here to our agriculture meeting this morning. And I guess we'll have the roll call right now and then go from there.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is roll call for the Joint Ag Committee for August 28th, 2025. Senator Crago. Senator McEwen. Here. Senator Pearson. Here. Representative Banks. Here. Representative Davis. Here. Representative Eklund.
Excused.
Representative Johnson.
Present.
Representative Ottman. Here. Representative Provenza.
She's here, so.
Representative Schmid.
Here.
Representative Strzok. Here. Co-Chairman Ide.
Here.
Chairman Winter.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. We have a few announcements here before we get too far along. I want to remind everybody to please sign in with our secretaries there. And let's see. And the other thing is, I'm going to bring this decorum to your attention. I'm just going to read it. So as we begin the meeting, I want to call your attention to the committee's rules of decorum. Copies of the decorum rules are located with the hard copies of the agenda and are available for view on the legislative website on the page for this meeting. We note these rules at the beginning of each meeting simply as a reminder that we expect everyone in attendance to be treated in a courteous and respectful manner. And I would also remind everyone that you should send your questions through me, and then I'll address the people that will respond. So thank you, and we'll get started. Yes. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce a new member of our attorney pool in Cheyenne at the LSO. Her name is Savannah Collins. She's sitting right over there between Katie and Anna. We want to welcome her and hope she enjoys her time here and that we'll do what we can to help her where possible. So thank you. Okay, first of all, we're going to have the approval of the minutes of the last meeting in June. Katie, what do we need to do there? Okay. Do we have a motion for that?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have a second? Representative Provenza seconded it. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Guess it's unanimous. Thank you. Next, we're going to have agency updates, and our first agency to talk to us will be the Wyoming Department of Agriculture. Mr. Miyamoto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, committee. Doug Miyamoto with the Department of Agriculture. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you an update about what we have been up to as of late at the Department of Ag. As you can imagine, it's been a pretty busy time since we last saw each other during the session. We've got a lot going on. So what I'm going to do today is I've got a PowerPoint presentation, and so that you can mark my progress as I go, this presentation consists of 16 slides. So you'll kind of know where we're at as I go through here. If you've got any questions for the most technical information that I'm going to provide updates today, I have Chris Wickman, who manages our Natural Resource and Policy Division. And if you have any, probing questions, that part of the work that we've been doing as of late is the most complicated in my opinion. So he's here in case you have any questions about our progress in that realm. So let's just start this off. And I'm going to start with the policy work that we've been primarily engaged in, especially since we have a new presidential administration, a new administration at USDA and at the Department of Interior. And so all of these things have kept us pretty busy. For those of you that don't know, the work that we do in ag policy is primarily geared at making sure that the ag presence is either maintained or increased with regards to discussions around federal natural resource policy. So at the end of the day, the simplest way to put it is, we have a policy of no net loss of federal AUMs. That's primarily what we're trying to accomplish as one of our primary objectives in putting ourselves in these policy discussions that we're having around agriculture. And you'll kind of see some of those priorities as I go through the list. So you can see we've been deeply involved in a lot of resource management plans and a lot of forest plan revisions as of late. Some of those most recent ones that got a lot of attention have been rescinded and redone. And so we've had a presence in trying to make sure that ag is a constant presence as we try to achieve these multiple use objectives for federal natural resource management. And you can kind of see the list there that we've been working primarily on. Some other planning efforts that kind of coincide with those resource management plans and with the forest revisions. We also have some updates to sage grouse implementation, some grazing regulation updates, things like that, that we really put ourselves in those conversations in the way of becoming cooperating agencies with our federal partners to make sure that we can provide comments on everything that comes out. So that Natural Resource and Policy Division, there's only 3 policy people that work back there. Chris is the supervisor for that. But the work that they do is they scour the Federal Register and they look for opportunities to comment on activities that are happening in the federal land planning space. So this is kind of a list of what has been most looked at as of late. Next slide. Okay, some of the other things that we do, and I think you heard about this during your forestry update during the session, but the Department of Ag also pursues some good neighbor authority agreements with Forest Service. And they have what are called supplemental project agreements under that first contract. And this is an example of some of the work that we've been doing. So it has to do with fire restoration, which you'll hear a little bit about from Lindsay, our weed and pest coordinator, after I'm done. But some of that work is conducted with Forest Service resources through good neighbor authority contracts. We also manage some of those contracts to increase the amount of rangeland monitoring that is done. So we actually do the personnel management side of getting some contractors out there for increased range monitoring and some of the allotments for Forest Service. We do a lot of invasive species work through these good neighbor authorities as well. But again, all of these contracts are designed so that we can increase or maintain the presence of our grazing resources out on these federal lands. So that's why we're doing that. Next slide, please. Some other cleanup items that the Natural Resource and Policy Division of the Department of Ag has been really engaged in as of late have to do with sage grouse management. We were recently approached about managing or being custodians of the documentation of that sage grouse implementation team by the local work groups. And so we're kind of serving, I guess, as the clearinghouse or the place to store a lot of the documentation about management under the executive orders for sage grouse. And so that's a new role for us. That's something that we've been working on trying to establish the right way to do that as of late. And you can see there's some other priorities that we've been working on, but primarily, again, most of those go back to trying to maintain or increase the amount of available federal AUMs for grazing. So what we're really trying to do is keep those allotments out of vacant status or keep them from getting canceled. We think the best way to kind of maintain the presence is to make sure that there's a custodian for those federal AUMs. And if we can find a way to increase flexibility, meaning taking something that might be designated as a domestic sheep grazing allotment, if there's nobody to take those AUMs, then we would try to pursue an effort to have those listed as available for both cattle or sheep. So that's an example of the kind of work that we do to try to keep those allotments open and grazed as much as possible. So you can see, those are some of the other things that the Natural Resource and Policy Division have been working on as of late. The next one I really wanted to touch upon was the Technical Services Division of the Department of Agriculture. And so you can see there's some statistics here, which the numbers aren't really that important, but for those of you that may not know, I wanted to get you an idea of the breadth of what the Department of Ag has responsibility in, some of the things that we dip our toes in. So you can see pesticide applicator licenses are a big part of what we do, and I'm going to be talking a lot about that because there's been a lot of changes in that realm federally over the past few months. Weights and measures. We inspect all scales and all pumps, so anything that's sold by mass or volume. We're the ones that if you go to a gas station and the pump says you bought 10 gallons, we make sure you got 10 gallons out of the pump. So it's that kind of work that we do. We certify scales. Most of those that we do, a lot of livestock scales, those have to be inspected within 6 months of sales. If there's a certain quantity of livestock that are crossing over those scales, we make sure a pound equals a pound. Nobody's getting cheated on either end. So that's what happens in weights and measures. We do apiaries, that's bees. Register pesticides, all animal feed, all fertilizers. So if you go into a feed store and you're gonna buy cattle supplement and it makes a claim about the amount of crude protein that might be in there, we're the ones that check for truth in labeling, especially if we get a complaint about some kind of animal remedy or some kind of feed that might be adulterated or making something sick. We can do an investigation, but primarily the work we do there is we'll go in and the label will have nutrition information in it, obviously. We'll go get a sample of that and take it back to our analytical services lab and make sure that the claim is verifiable. So that's an idea of technical services generally. Next slide, please. There we are. And you don't have to read all of this, but what I wanted to do was, give you a copy of some of the more specific efforts that we've been up to within this division, because there's some really important things, and I think there's some changes on the horizon that it's going to take a lot of effort from us and others to make sure that our ag community is ready for some of these regulatory changes at the federal level. So what I'm talking about here with these pesticide regulations is that back in 2017, EPA started a process of updating the certification and training requirements to achieve a pesticide applicator's license. And so it used to be prior to that time and during the implementation phase that if you were going after like a private applicator's license and you wanted to use some restricted use pesticides on your own land, you had a different bar that you had to clear compared to somebody that did that for a living and was pursuing a commercial applicator's license. So you still have these two categories: private applicator's license, commercial applicator license. It was easier to get a private applicator's license. The test wasn't quite as hard. You didn't have to know quite as much specific information compared to a commercial applicator's license. And with this update of the certification and training plan led by EPA, a lot of those differences kind of went away. So there is more onus on the person taking the applicator's license exam now, and they have to be more compliant with the kind of information that used to only have to be known by a commercial applicator. So essentially, it's harder to get a private applicator's license today than it was, in 2017 or 2018. They've changed some of the age restrictions and some of the buffer widths for, applying pesticides. The whole benchmark has kind of shifted a little bit. And we've been trying to do a lot of education and outreach along with our partners at the extension offices of the University of Wyoming to prepare people that are coming in to take that applicator's license exam to know the information that they need to in order to still achieve that certification if it's something that they want to do. So we're kind of the go-between. We do the outreach and education and try to prepare folks for that exam, and then we hold the license as well. And so we're the ones that issue applicator's license for restricted use pesticides. We do have that process complete, and we do have sign off with our federal partners that our plan works well, and they've accepted our training plan for certification at this point. So that's good news. We have primacy for pesticide certification training in the state of Wyoming. It's a program that we can continue to run. That's the good news. Okay, this one is part of those updates as well, and I just wanted to point it out because there's a lot of people in Wyoming that use fumigants for small mammal control, rodent control, in grain warehouses and out in rangeland settings. And it used to be if you had a license for vermin or for small pests, small mammal pests, you could use either fumigant or some other type of rodenticide without additional qualifications. But now there's a separate category just for fumigants. And so if you happen to know anybody that uses these routinely, it's just something to be aware of. The analogy that I use is if you get a permit to hunt elk and you want to use archery equipment to do that, you have to get an additional coupon in order to legally hunt with archery on top of your license. It's kind of the same thing for fumigants. If you want to use fumigants for control, you just have to have an additional endorsement now that you didn't have to have before. Okay, this one's going to be really important. This is new, and this is a result of a court order. So several years ago, EPA was sued for failing to adequately consider the impact of pesticides on endangered species. And so they're under a mandate to increase their consideration of the impacts of pesticide applications on endangered species. And so they're in the process of doing that. Where they've started, though, is really in the row crop regions of the U.S. So, corn and soybean country are the pesticides where they started. And the way it's working now is that the label that comes affixed to your restricted use pesticides is a book these days. In order to legally apply that chemical, there's a lot of things that you have to comply with. And for endangered species, the way they're doing that is they'll take a geographic area and say, what types of threatened or endangered species are within this geographic area? And then obviously the further away you are from critical habitat, the less restrictive your application of any given chemical might be. But then it goes all the way down to a field level for a farmer. And it would say, all right, this is the distance away from critical habitat. Is there a watershed that has surface water that flows into critical habitat? What is the slope of that field? What's the soil type of that field? What's the cover look like? Is there a windbreak or a grassed waterway that borders that field? What conservation practices have been installed on that field to prevent runoff of pesticide or drift? And all of those things garner you points. And if you achieve a point total, the instance that I've seen 5 points, then you can legally apply that pesticide, but you have to document these things. And I think there's going to be a tremendous need for education of a lot of our farmers in particular, to start with anyway, to know and help them document their point totals to make sure that they can legally apply. Lindsay's already been working on that to a degree, and I've attended some training and meetings as well about how we might be able to help this. But I think, from the Department of Ag's perspective, we're going to have to partner with the University of Wyoming and really do some outreach in making sure that we're giving folks the information that they need in order to protect themselves. We just don't want to see anybody do something inadvertent that, that they didn't even know existed. The label is much more difficult to comply with as a result of this. Okay? Some other things that we've really seen an increase in activity within the Technical Services Division, and I'm not sure how many of you are aware, but when you go and buy ornamental plants, you know, from Home Depot or Walmart or something along those lines, we have inspectors that are going out there and they're looking for invasive pests and they're looking for invasive weeds in those root balls as well. It's a main vector for how these things come into an area where they haven't been before. And we've really seen an increase in the ease of these types of invasive species coming into the state. And so we've really tried to increase the amount of our presence in that space. And we got a grant last year in order to increase our work in that area. And we've really been doing a lot of that as of late. And so I wanted you to know that that's part of the efforts that we've been undertaking. I know I worked with some of you on that, but we had that scare in these moss balls for quagga and zebra mussel reintroductions through aquariums a couple of years ago, that these moss balls were coming out of the Ukraine area. And we really wanted to prevent those coming into the state of Wyoming. And so that was a quarantine that's still in place. And we'll go out and look for those items on store shelves, and we just don't want them. The penalty for failure on those things is too high, and it's the same for a lot of the nursery stock. Once that stuff gets established, it's exorbitantly expensive to address. Ounce of prevention type of work here. Okay. All right, the next one I wanted to talk about, we've seen some increased activity within our Consumer Health Services Division as well. It seems like every time I talk to you guys, we're talking about additional activities that are happening, you know, in that meat space. And right now, I think we might be at an inflection point. The national inventory for cattle is drastically low right now. And so prices are really high. That's been really good for a lot of the industry out here and everywhere else as well too. But it is starting to impact the processing end of the business a little bit. Supplies are tight and they're getting tighter. So we'll see what happens. But as it lies right now, this is kind of the stats that we've been working on. And these are the kinds of things that our inspectors take on and are certified to do. But I did want to clear up one point, and that is that a lot of these processors also do wild game in the fall. We don't have anything to do with that. So sometimes you'll see, you know, wild game, if it gets donated, then statutorily they have to have a license, but it's only for sanitary conditions that they would have those licenses. We don't inspect any of the processing. It's just the facility itself. So that's something that we get a lot of questions about from time to time.
Yes, Representative, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question on that. Have you had any reports? I know we have a restaurant down the street that does our processing for hamburger for game. So does anyone complain about that? Has there been anyone that's contacted the agency and said there's any issue with that in terms of the wild game processing?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Provenza, that would depend on how far back you wanted me to go. I mean, I can point to complaints, but nothing recently in that realm. So I'm not thinking in the case that you're talking about that we've had anything like that. But we do get some weird complaints from time to time. All right. I'm sorry, is there another?
There it is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So reading this, so does that mean that the Prime Act went through where the meat doesn't have to be USDA inspected anymore?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pearson, if you remember that bill at a state level was a trigger bill, meaning that we would stand up a program if and when the Prime Act passed at the federal level. Right now, the selling of custom exempt processed meat is not legal at a federal level. And because we receive our primacy from USDA to run our state Meat and Poultry Inspection Program. Essentially, if they pass that bill, we'll enact the same thing here in the state of Wyoming. But right now, custom exempt processed meat is reserved for use by the private person that raised that livestock. That's still the case today.
Yes, Senator McCune.
So as I look at this, I have two questions. One is, some of the processing plants process beef and game. Now, can they use the same equipment, or does it have to be separate equipment? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator McCune, they can use the same equipment. There's a requirement for clean out between the two, but that's it. Usually the line is cleaned out and then they'll start processing game, or they'll switch species into something domestic or whatever the case may be, but you don't have to have two separate lines totally. It just has to be a clean out between them.
Yes, go ahead.
So does that mean at Don's Supermarket, I could process wild game, clean up, and then move on to beef, clean up, move on to pork?
Mr. Chairman, Senator McCune, I'll ask that question. I believe so, but I'll have to look into it deeper. I want to get you the right answer, so I'll make sure.
And the only reason I bring it up is some of the inspectors had told me I can't because it's a retail facility. But I don't understand the difference. That's why I'm asking the question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator McCune, I would say, depending on, as long as you can keep from adulterating that, your retail product. But I'll check for sure. I may not be correct. But.
Okay, so Mr. Miyamoto, you'll report back to us on that then.
You bet.
Okay, thank you. Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm still a little confused here because I've always been told that a state inspected facility that we couldn't sell our meat at a farmer's market, or we couldn't, like after it was processed, we couldn't sell it at a farmer's market if it was state inspected. It had to be USDA. And we couldn't sell to a private individual. I mean, you could sell it on the hoof to a private individual before it went to processing. But we couldn't sell it after all of the lambs were processed. We couldn't sell that lamb if it wasn't USDA inspected to a private individual in Wyoming, or take it to a farmer's market. So I'm still a little confused there. So which way is it? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pearson, that's not correct. So if you take lambs to a state inspected facility, you can sell that anywhere within the borders of the state of Wyoming. You can sell it to a private individual, you can sell it to a restaurant, you can sell it at a grocery store, sell it anywhere. The restriction with state inspection is that you can't sell it outside the boundaries of the state of Wyoming. We've been working on that, but that's the limitation of the state meat and poultry inspection program. And so we have been encouraging those that are coming into that processing business, if you have a choice and USDA will send you an inspector, go federal. Because then you can sell your product online across the state boundary and all of the rest of those things. But in terms of farmers markets and selling to individuals, if you took those lambs to a state inspected facility, you can sell them to anybody within the borders of the state of Wyoming. Okay? Okay, just some status updates. Oh, we have one down here.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
just one
ahead.
question for the director here. Are we seeing an upkick in new facilities anywhere?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Davis, we are. I've been doing this job for about a decade now. When I started, we didn't have any USDA plants at all in the state of Wyoming, and today there's 14 or 15 of them. We've seen an increase in the number of state inspected facilities as well. I was just about to report we've got a new one in Meeteetse. And so we have seen a fairly significant increase in the number and amounts of processing facilities. And a lot of that was instigated, during the pandemic as well. There was a lot of growth in that sector during that time, and now we're seeing if we can maintain it.
Yes. Senator McEwen.
Would it be possible for me to take one of my employees and have them trained as an inspector and then utilize them on site? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator McCune, I'm unaware of any programs for that, but again, I can look into that.
Okay.
I'm not sure you can inspect yourself, but I'll check. I've heard of that happening for limited reasons at the federal level, but I don't believe we have the authority to do that. I'll look into it. Okay, something new in that realm as well. We've recently issued our first custom exempt poultry inspection grant, and that was done in Cheyenne. So that's new. We don't have much of a commercial poultry sector in Wyoming, but they have, I think it's more of the farmers market type of situation down there as well that they're working in. So we just issued our first grant of inspection for custom exempt chicken. Now, to be clear, that custom exemption is something that they're trying out, but custom exempt means for personal use only. So, unless you raised it or you're a non-paying guest, you can't sell that at retail. Just so we're clear. Okay, we also are.
Yes. Senator McEwen, go ahead.
So you can slaughter the chicken and you can eat the chicken, but you can't sell the chicken. Didn't we already have that anyway? I mean, I think I watched my grandparents go out and take an axe to a chicken and then we ate it.
No, Mr. Chairman, Senator, if you're doing that all yourself, there's no regulatory infringement at all. If you're doing all of that on your own, we don't have to be there for that. It's only if you would be sending that, if you're only sending those birds to a processor. If you're not doing that slaughter yourself, then, you would have a custom, you would be processing under a custom exemption where we don't have to be there every day. We just go in there once a year at least to make sure that sanitary conditions are prevalent in that place. And that's all we would do for that. But no, we wouldn't have an inspector there.
Yes, go ahead.
So I guess I'm questioning, what does this exemption really do that we weren't already doing?
Mr. Chairman, Senator McCune, typically if you have a commercial processor, then that inspector would have to be in that plant. Say it's Tyson or one of the big players, you would have a USDA or a state inspector in that facility for each slaughter event all day long. And they would watch that process all the way through and certify that humane handling and slaughter is occurring, sanitary conditions are being upheld, they're getting all the documentation. So in that instance, you would have an inspector on site for that whole process. Under a custom exemption, that's not required. You wouldn't have the inspector necessarily in the plant the day that they're running all of those birds through. They would just come in and spot check and make sure generally that sanitary conditions and humane handling provisions are being carried out, and then they would leave. That's custom exemption. If you're doing that all on your own farm, you wouldn't have any inspection. That's the difference between the levels.
Yes, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just trying to clear this in my head too. So this is for people, say like me, who really doesn't want to kill my baby chickens myself. This is an avenue for somebody to have a place to have their animals slaughtered or killed and processed. Is that right? So that they don't have to do it themselves. Is that
Mr.
right?
Chairman, Senator, that's exactly right.
Thank you.
That's exactly right. Custom exemption is a less onerous inspection process than state inspection or federal inspection. And they created that exemption so that farmers and ranchers can maintain custody of their animals all the way through processing and not have to go through the rigor of state or federal inspection. They're the ones that are inherently absorbing that risk. They raise the animal. If there's something wrong with it, they're the ones that are consuming it. So there's not as much inspection required for those animals. So that's exactly right. If you're not going to do the slaughter yourself, you can use this custom exemption for less onerous, faster processing, and it's usually cheaper as well. That's why it was created. Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. So yeah, this meat realm is very complicated, and we have been taking some actions as well to lighten the load a little bit for our processors. And one of those examples is we have a new method for sampling for pathogenic bacteria for the swabs of carcasses that we have to take. And it used to be that you would have to submit that sample. It was at least 2 pounds of meat. It was cubed almost like stew meat, and you'd submit it to the lab, and then you would see if you would get pathogenic bacteria to grow, from that sample. And now we have a new method that we used to ship around like Yeti coolers to keep things at temperature, but they're heavy, and it's time consuming and expensive. And now we have a new method for cloth where we can basically swab the outside of that cut and submit that cloth, send that cloth into the lab, and they can make a solution out of that and see what grows in the petri dish then. So it's much faster, it's much less onerous, and we're not taking product out of the plants. There's a lot of certification that our inspectors have to undergo. This one at the top, this is a 2.5-week training course. It's at College Station at Texas A&M. We only have to have one person with that level of certification for running these programs, and that's good. It's expensive, it's time consuming, and it's hard to maintain that certificate. But we try to keep 2 people so we have some backup that we can keep our meat program running if something happens to one of them. But that's an example of the certification that we have to have. There's a lot of turnover in those inspectors, both at the federal level and at the state level. So we're always in this cycle of training, it seems like, and some of those positions are hard to fill for us. Some of them are not. We have some audits that are upcoming. We have a self-assessment that we have to do every year. And then USDA is going to be sending out a cadre of inspectors to look over records, and they'll want to visit some plants to ensure federal compliance later on this fall as well. That's routine as well. We didn't expect that they would be coming this year, but they're coming. So we're preparing ourselves and trying to help our plants prepare for that as well. You all passed some new country of origin labeling statutes during the last session. We've begun those audits as well and looking through records and documenting those. We have a new implementation program for that. I think it's working well. So we also are working as much as we can to try to increase the amount of support we're providing for local producers that want to provide local food within their communities. So we're increasing the amount of egg grading courses that we're offering. We've always done it, but it seems like there's an increased level of interest for selling eggs in wherever you want to sell them. But you have to be certified in egg grading before you can offer eggs for resale. So we've increased the amount of training opportunities that we're providing for candling eggs, if anybody's interested in that. We also do a lot of, yes.
Go ahead.
I was under the belief with the Food Freedom Act that I could sell eggs that weren't USDA inspected. Am I wrong? Thank you. Mr.
No, you're not wrong. We provide this education and outreach as well, but if you wanted to sell eggs under the Food Freedom Act, you could do that.
Yes.
Good, I guess I'm not going to jail.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just curious, where do you offer these courses, if anyone would like to go? Where?
No, Mr. Chairman, Representative, I'll get a list and send it to you. I know we do them annually in Riverton at least, but I think there's some other locations as well, but I'll have to check. Fair enough? Yes. Okay. Okay, we've also been doing a lot of education and outreach for produce safety. We've had some interest in manufactured foods, meaning any facility that takes a raw ag product like produce and then processes it and packages it, or takes it into schools. We're providing some education and outreach just for food safety principles for those folks that are interested in that as well. But for raw, uncut vegetables and produce, there's nothing required. You can sell those. We've also seen a lot of increase in certified pool operator trainings requested. We're not sure why that is. I mean, that's a course that we've offered traditionally. We've had to step up a little bit because there was a retirement of a very prominent pool operator trainer in the state of Wyoming that had operated for a number of decades. We're kind of having to fill that void now because he's retired, but we've seen a lot of turnover with hotel staffs around the state about how to safely operate a pool. So we provide that kind of training as well, and we've been doing more of those. So something else that you may not know we did. We also have been increasing our workload and collaboration with the Wyoming Food Coalition. And this is a group that helps out with information about farmers markets and what all you have to do in order to safely sell your wares. And so we sit on the policy council. We're available for any questions that anybody might have about how or why you might want to do something one way or instead of another. Okay. Okay. I think as I've testified to this committee many times in the past, most of the work that we do in this CHS is to maintain our state primacy programs. Most of these are federally authorized, and then we carry them out within the state of Wyoming, and we can control those programs, but they are federal statutes that we're tied to. So we have contract obligations with FDA as well. So when you see that contract inspection obligations, that's usually, if we weren't in this business and we did not have primacy for that program, you would see FDA inspectors coming out and going into food factories and doing those inspections instead of us. But that's a little bit different than what we do in the meat program. We still maintain certifications for dairy inspections, obviously. Right now we have 4 dairies operating and we're still doing those. And then people may or may not know, we also assist the Department of Health if there's a foodborne illness outbreak somewhere. We're the ones that actually go out in the field and collect the samples and do the field work for those and try to ascertain what might have happened. So we've got those cases that come up from time to time, and we'll go out and see if we can collect any data to try to prevent spread of that pathogen. All right, the last one. We have had a significant increase in the amount of work within our analytical services lab as well. For those of you that may not be aware, this is on the 2nd floor of the vet lab over in Laramie at the University of Wyoming. The 2nd floor of that building is the analytical services lab of the Department of Ag. So I talked a little bit earlier about if there's fertilizers and somebody complains that there isn't any active ingredient in it, or they want to know what's in this bottle. You know, that's the type of work we do for compliance on fertilizer. We submit samples for feed. We inspect gas pumps. So if somebody is complaining about the gas, we'll submit fuel samples. We can test for octane there. We can test for that in the field as well. But basically, our analytical services lab serves as backup to the investigations or inspections that we do in the field. If somebody's got like gas is common, gasoline is common. Somebody will say there's water in it or whatever the case may be, and there's some things we can do in the field to check for that. But to back it up, we really need to submit that sample to our lab. So they do dairy, they test meat swabs, obviously, a lot of different foodstuffs, but that's primarily why that lab exists. But last year, we have really seen an increase in the amount of samples that come into that lab because EPA increased their tracing on lead and copper in public water systems. So some of you may have gotten correspondence from them last year about not knowing whether your service lines had lead in them or not, and telling you might want to investigate whether you have that in your water. Mr. Chairman, I have a question down here, if it's okay.
Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, at this point, how many water systems have you tested and how many systems do have lead in it? And the follow-up question is, if there is lead in that system, do the public water suppliers, do they have enough reserve to fix their own problem, fix their own lines?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I'm not sure I can answer the question about the results of that. I do not believe we've found any so far. But through July 2025, we had 114 samples that were submitted and analyzed. And in 2023, we had 145. So that's the scale of the number of samples that are coming in. But I don't believe we've had any that fell outside the standard for elevated lead concentrations.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you did find lead in those systems, any of them, would you report them or let us know, let somebody know that we would like to know that they have reserves? You know, they're paying for that water system.
Yeah.
They have reserves in their own bank account to fix their own problems. I would hate to get to 2027 and say there's 20 towns in the state of Wyoming that we need to replace their water system immediately. So do you report that to, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, we do. Our turnaround time is typically about a week and a half, but we report the results back to the public water system regardless of the result. They get their data sheets back regardless of what's in that water. Okay, let's see, what slide are we on now? Yeah, but I guess, you know, the point that I was trying to make is that we have seen a significant increase in the amount of samples that are being submitted, not only by the public water system, but also by private individuals that may have got correspondence from their municipal utility telling them you might want to be on the lookout, because a lot of those were, I know I got one. And so we have sent out test kits to different outlets. And if you know anybody that would like to get their tap sampled, their water sampled, just have them call our office and we can get them a test kit. They can submit the water and we can report the results back to them. Okay? Okay, next slide. I think that most of these bullet points on these analytical services lab slides tell the same story. And I just wanted to give you an idea that this has been work in the last year that we've done that we don't typically do, but we've been working on because of the public water system's interest in that topic. And I wanted to give you an idea of the scale of the amount of samples that we were taking in. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to back up here on your Natural Resource Policy Division stuff. I didn't ask any questions there, but the one thing that we always see and everybody grovels about all of the time is the sage-grouse situation. And what is the plan? Can you give us, is this a forever program on the sage-grouse issue? And, a lot of people are saying maybe we're better off just listing these as an endangered species and we won't be, we won't be in a position as bad as we're in right now. Could you comment on the sage-grouse habitat and what is the plan? I mean, how do we phase this out? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, I do not believe we're in a worse condition as compared to having that bird listed. There's a lot of restrictions that come with that automatically once that happens. So I think I hear that in just from time to time and talking about, well, if it's going to be so restrictive, why don't we just go down this path and get it over with, that type of thing. But in dealing with other endangered species that are bona fidely on those endangered lists, it's very difficult to do much of anything in those areas. For specific information on the status of the executive order and what we're doing right now, I would like to phone a friend, and I have Chris Wickman with our Natural Resources and Policy Division that he represents us on the sage-grouse implementation team and probably has more specific information than I do, if it's okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Chris Wickman, I'm the manager of the Natural Resources and Policy Division. It does seem like we're in a death spiral of planning for sage-grouse. We've been doing it since 2015. We had a plan amendment in 2019. Those were contested in courts, and we're in a process right now that we're at the actual finish line for the 2022-2024 sage-grouse plan for the BLM. So the record of decision is planned to come out in the fall or winter of this year. As Director Miyamoto mentioned, that we have a new administration and we have a lot of Wyoming presence in some of these leadership roles and in the agencies that are very friendly to this. They've assigned those to people to get that across the finish line. So we're hoping that this new plan will stick. It'll be durable through the courts. And the last hurdle for the state of Wyoming was adaptive management, making sure that if there's an impact somewhere, we have a plan to address those impacts, which I think the state and the agencies just agreed to. Director also mentioned that we've been tasked through the sage-grouse implementation team, the CIGIT, to oversee the adaptive management process for the state of Wyoming. So the process part of it, we're just one of a group of folks that'll be assigned to look at adaptive management that's happening in the state. But more of a process for us. We're not going to tell the game and fish what to do with the wildlife in the state. So I think we're getting close.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that. That sheds a little light on it. Would it be advisable for this committee to put some pressure on, whether it's the Department of Interior, Department of USDA, our congressional delegation, the president, to try to move the needle, since we do have an administration in place, is maybe a little more sympathetic to getting this off of the books as soon as we can. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I think the task of those individuals that are placed into the interior, that's their charge. That's their number one priority is sage-grouse. Rock Springs RMP is on that same list, going down the list of items we had. So I think the eyes are wide open on trying to complete sage-grouse sooner than later, so we have an administration that can implement it through duration. So pressure is always great. I think the state's been working with them, pushing hard to get this adaptive management in order, and then, which I think we have an agreement. So I do see a record decision coming out. This timeline is really tight, and they're going to push this through this fall, this winter. I appreciate it.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chris. So I'm just going to say what I have to say on the sage grouse. And I want to ask you a question as well. So if the sage grouse population in the state of Wyoming is just in such danger, why do we still have sage grouse hunting? I mean, I just feel like this sage grouse thing, I think they picked the projects that they want to protect the sage grouse in but I've always wondered to myself, why are we still having sage grouse hunting seasons if this population is just, if we have to protect it so much? To the point that people are almost getting in accidents on a highway trying to protect the sage grouse, mind you. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I think that's a question for our sister agency with the Game and Fish Department that oversees the hunting of it. We hear that question quite a bit. So I can't speak to that rationale. We know that hunting is a part of the current plan, same with predators, those managements, those things have to happen too. But Senator, I think that's a question for the Game and Fish Department.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question. There's a recent wind energy project in this region of the state that is also a major sage grouse breeding area. And there's a concern about the shadows of the blades as they whirl around that scare the sage grouse into thinking there's a predator above and going to get them. Is that in any consideration in the licensing of these windmills? I mean, if that's in the breeding area, how is that going to affect the breeding for sage grouse?
Chairman, Representative, that's correct. I think the executive order has that as a limitation, that there is no wind developments in core sage grouse areas until the science proves that wind farms don't have a negative impact on them. So that's in there. And on top of that, another sister agency, the DEQ with the Industrial Siting Commission, they oversee the permitting of those when they reach a certain size. And they'll have the ability to comment on that through all of our agencies. But the executive order takes care of that.
Yes, Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Miyamoto, I just want to go back to something that I'm not clear on. As far as USDA checking stations or inspectors or whatever, how many actually are in the state? Is there a limited number of licenses? Because I was told that there's one that was purchased or put out for a fee that isn't being utilized. And so I wasn't really clear on how that worked.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, I can check and see what the status is. There's some of those federal inspectors that cover more than one plant. And so the number of plants federally inspected may not equal the number of inspectors. If you intend to operate as a USDA inspected plant, you will work with them from the beginning and request a federal mark of inspection, is what it's called, from the time you have your plan set, your blueprints. You would submit all of that to USDA as you're building, and then they would decide whether that's a full-time job or whether they would split that with another federal plant that may be in Wyoming or a bordering state or something. Right now, we have 14 federal plants, and I believe we have not quite that many federal inspectors. Some of them do more than one federal plant, but I'll check on numbers.
Yes, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This goes to Chris. Hey, with the sage grouse, excuse me, that's the 11 western states, correct? Of which Wyoming is sitting probably in the lead because of the things that we have done. But in this direction or in directive or whatever, the RMP or whatever, it covers everything, one size fits all, where Wyoming really isn't in the one size fits all. Would you say that we are probably leading the other 11 states or the other 10 with our actions and what we've done in the state of Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I would say so. I think it's a feather in the cap of Wyoming through the CIGIT team that's been leading this effort, especially on the adaptive management that's happening at the 11th hour on this current issue. The state of Wyoming has been working with all the Western governors associations and their counterparts to pull this through. So I'd say, Mr. Budd would say that, we have the most birds, we have the best habitat still. Our population is in the third year of cycling up right now. But yeah, I think we're taking the lead on the birds that we have the most of.
Are there any more questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Director, I'd like to go back to your lab in Laramie. And do you test groundwater for nitrates? I know Nebraska has a pretty big problem with that, and it's considered a carcinogen if we get into drinking water.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, we also provide that as baseline data for homeowners if they're interested in, we have test kits that we can mail to them and run a panel for them. And if they tell us what they're looking for, we can usually do that, depending, but nitrate is one that's very common for us.
But I mean, I'm not saying just for a homeowner, but for our commercial agriculture, the center pivots and fertilizing their crops, is there any migration of that into the groundwater?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I'm sorry, misunderstood your question. Yes, we have a grant from EPA that we do groundwater monitoring as well. And so we have some monitoring wells scattered around the state of Wyoming, particularly in areas that have traditionally experienced problems with higher nitrates due to leaching. And we'll take grab samples out of those every year and test and make sure that those levels aren't coming up. DEQ does the same thing. They do some overarching monitoring of groundwater resources as well. But we have a specific grant with USDA for certain monitoring wells around the state that we do where we apply pesticides that may have those components.
Representative Strong.
Thank you, Chairman. Totally going on a different area now, but I was just curious, it's as an acting cooperating agency on the Laprelle Dam. I was just curious what part you guys play in that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, so anytime there's any federal actions and they have to do NEPA and we have water development, I think here too maybe, but we have an MOU that we can ask for cooperating agency on those. Anytime we ask as a cooperating agency, we get that inside work out above and beyond what the public would actually see and can help guide, direct the DEPA documents. So on the Laprelle Dam, we want to make sure that the ag interests are being represented. Sometimes we see that there'll be requirements to restrict grazing around edges, those type of things. So on the Laprelle Dam specifically, we're just representing to make sure that ag interests aren't being impacted. It's an ag reservoir, so we just don't want to see any other impacts that might come out of it that are secondary.
Okay, Senator Ride.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't let you guys leave. I've always got to throw these questions out. Where in the U.S. Constitution does the federal government, how can they preempt the state and force us on an Endangered Species Act? Where is their enumerated power to so-called preempt us on our decisions on what we want to do in the state. Can you help me with that? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, I think we're swimming out of my depth a little bit on the legalities of the Constitution and state preemption. So not being an attorney, I think it'd be better for me to just keep my ignorance to myself on that topic.
Any more questions? Yes, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, you've listed all this stuff here, a lot of new information, a lot of new responsibility on the Department of Ag. How are we doing manpower-wise? I mean, you're talking a lot more responsibility, enforcement, et cetera, et cetera. Where are we sitting there as far, just for instance, the labs? Are we backlogged on these water samples? That'd be my question. How are you sitting there?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I think we're sitting well. What we do at the Department of Ag is we have a prioritization metric that we use. And we have a three-tiered system where we'll take those programs that have a direct impact on human health and safety. Those are tier 1 programs. They're the highest priority. Anything that is required in order to compete in commerce, those are tier 2 programs. And then anything that, all the other stuff that is statutorily mandated, that is not either human health and safety or required for commerce, falls into category 3. And the way that we manage the staff is that we'll take something like this, this increased water demand, and we'll say, all right, that's a direct impact on human health and safety. That's going to be a priority for us because it protects people from lead exposure or pesticides. And we'll say, we want to make sure that we get those samples run. But if we're doing other sampling in that lab, and it may be routine sampling that we do, we may say, your turnaround times for just sampling general surface water conditions may slow down because we're going to run these water well samples first before we do those. So it does impact the timing of the lab quite a bit, but usually up to this point in time, we've been able to find enough time to be able to run our samples through and still meet our hold times. But how we deal with the increased workload is that we manage based on our priority system. And there may be things that slow down because we've elevated the importance of some other things. And that's what I was highlighting today. Most of the tasks that you see that I talked about and the increased importance in these areas, those are things that we always do. There just happens to be a new emphasis on them because something happened in Washington, D.C., or EPA came out with a new set of regulations. And all of it primarily is geared towards making sure that agriculture doesn't see as many adverse impacts from those actions as we can possibly muster. So we're managing that fine for right now. We have had some times where it got pretty thin on our inspection duties, particularly when it comes to things like meat and pesticides, where we have, a lot of businesses up and going, and we may get thin from time to time, but we've been able to manage it to this point in time.
Yes, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Director, thanks for being here. The sage grouse topic, can you guys speak at all to these sage grouse credits, or would that be more of a question for our game and fish folks?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, we have one bank that's certified in the state of Wyoming for sage grouse mitigation credits. That's the Pathfinder Ranch right now. We have, through the years, last few years, banks actually look at doing it, proposing it. We've had one fall off a year or so ago, and then we have one that's at the finish line to be on the western side of the state that wants to be a mitigation bank. The credits are there. I think the process for mitigation credits, it goes through the state lands, I believe. But that state lands group has a I think it's called CMOG, but it's a group of state agencies that advise on that platform. So we're involved in the sage grouse credits, but right now we only have the one. And Representative, I think might have been last year that the legislature identified restoration credits as an option now too. And so that's another avenue that still needs to be developed, but I think that, will be the next step on addressing some of these credits. But restoration is not sage grouse specific.
Follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go
Follow-up?
ahead.
Yep. Thank you. You mentioned Pathfinder, and that's kind of where my questions are. You know, we've seen where that big property is up for sale. So what happens to the credits that are already purchased? I mean, what about the land that's been protected by those credits? Are those protected by some kind of a deed restriction in the sale? And can those credits be used as an active way to sell the property? Kind of few questions there for you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, we've heard that too. I think that there's things that have to be worked out through that, but yeah, those credits are secured and have to be maintained in perpetuity tied to that land. And I think they do have a plan on how to identify where those credits will reside in those properties. I'm not sure the details of that. There's also industry that has bought extra credits, knowing that they're going to have future. So still a lot of unknowns on what do they do with those credits. Can they now sell those credits? They're already bought, they're already tied, and they're already committed to. So it's an unknown right now. I think we'll see what happens.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Miyamoto, I just have a question for you. So on one of your slides here, you say that you help with federal agreements on an either or for grazing. Is that for BLM too, or only Forest Service?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pearson, I think you're talking about, the one that I'm aware of was in the BT, right, Chris? That was, yeah, either or, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, yes, so we're on the Good Neighbor Agreement. We've had two opportunities to do permit renewals and reallocating those permits for cows or sheep. Having both use, cows and sheep, allows the agencies to have more flexibility, plus the producers to have more flexibility on how they're going to run their operations. So we've had two opportunities on the Elk Ridge Complex, which was a domestic sheep. They changed that class from sheep to cattle, and that is going to be used for the predator, if there is a lot of predator impacts on the Upper Green livestock operations, that they could move them around in there. So that was moved from cows to sheep. And then on the southern end of the winds, there was another opportunity we're doing the reclass to allow for dual use. So they'll be allowed to do both cows and sheep on that new permit renewal.
Yes, go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that's on Forest Service leases, not BLM?
Not BLM.
Do you work with the BLM on, I'm asking because we've been asking for 20 years to be able to change some of our sheep permits into an either-or situation, since we reduced our numbers so much, and we have a majority of the AUMs, and the BLM seems very hesitant to let us do an either-or lease, and very resistant. I mean, 20 years we've been asking, and so I'm just asking if you help with that as well.
Chairman, Senator, yeah, we do. And I think if that situation comes up, you could let us know, and we can work with those producers, because the either-or is the best opportunity for flexibility for everybody, even on the BLM side of it. I haven't heard that issue, that they've been reluctant. I know, I always say this, that the agencies have priorities, it's timber, it's recreation, it's wildlife, and usually Agriculture is very low on their priorities to do NEPA. It'll have to be a NEPA decision to change the class or to use dual use. So that could be an issue for them, but it comes down to their priorities and willingness to do it. But we could definitely help you on that.
Thank you.
Any more questions? I have one for Mr. Wickman. Could you contact the BLM and express the views of this committee relative to what Senator Pearson was just talking about and get back to us sometime?
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. And I will tell them that you asked for that directly, so I think that would help always.
Thank you.
Yep, we'll report back to you.
Yes, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Director, I want to go back to invasive species and your inspection of nursery plants. Once you find an invasive species, do you have the right to blackball that nursery from bringing plants into the state of Wyoming? What are you doing about that? That's what I'm saying.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Johnson, yeah, we have the authority to issue quarantines, but we usually try to avoid that. And so what we'll do usually is we'll let them know what kind of invasive species they have in their root balls. And usually they'll voluntarily remove those from circulation, obviously, and then we'll show them what to look for, and we'll follow up with the supplier. Typically, we'll start chasing that up the supply chain and see what might be happening. And depending, if we do find a case that's similar to the mothballs with quagga and zebra mussels, and we know it's coming from one region and that it's problematic, then we might do something that's a little more heavy regulatory to keep it out of the state of Wyoming. But generally, when it comes to nursery stock, that's not common. And so usually we can enter into a more collaborative process to try to educate our way out of that situation instead of regulating our way out of it. If we can do that, we will. But in the case of we knew that all those quagga and zebra mussels were coming in on these moss balls, and those only come from one geographic location, that was over in the Ukraine, and the penalty for failure was just too high. So we just said, we're not going to accept any more of these shipments out of that region until we can verify that it's cleaned up. But with nursery stock, usually it doesn't have to go to that extent where we'll say we're just going to ban this entire ornamental from that supplier until we can verify that it's cleaned up. Usually it doesn't take that level of strength to get that done. Usually when we start asking questions, they don't want to be sending that stuff around anyway. And so if we can get it cleaned up, we'll do it voluntarily.
Okay. Looks like we don't have any more questions, so thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate you being here. And so you can go ahead. I just wanted to make an announcement. Something I forgot to do at the start of this was a public comment. We're going to wait until after these presentations have been made before we bring forth public comment. So thank you again. And one other thing I wanted to do was introduce my co-chairman here, Senator Ide. He's a replacement for Senator French due to an assignment by the governor of one of our committee members. And as a result, we're short a couple of positions here. But anyway, we're going to get through this, and we appreciate all of you being here. So thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, committee. As always, if any of you have any follow-up questions that you think of or need more specific information, just call me. Happy to help.
Thank you. Now, the Weed and Pest Council, are they here? Yes, please come forward.
Good morning, committee. My name is Lindsay Woodward. I'm the Weed and Pest Coordinator for Wyoming.
and I've got an update for you. And Weed and Pest covers a lot of programs, so I kind of tried to take a little taste of everything at the buffet. So if there's anything you want a bigger bite of, I'm certainly happy to do that as well. And then at the end, I'll be happy to do my best to answer any questions you have. Kind of some overview of the council. The Weed and Pest Council is the 23 weed and pest districts, 1 per county, plus the University of Wyoming and the Department of Agriculture. Weed and pest boards are appointed by county commissioners. Statewide, we have 135 board members. And these are volunteers, and in at least a few cases, they're voluntold. Statewide, we have about 100 full-time employees, and then districts supplement that in the spray season with a big complement of seasonal employees. So usually the crews you see out in the field are 18, 19-year-old boys that we put on four-wheelers. We also do a lot of work with contractors, especially for our big projects, certainly aerial projects. A lot of our ground projects as well we do through the private sector. Weed and Pest by statute is mandated to implement and pursue effective programs for designated weed and pests. They may also pursue programs for declared noxious species. Statewide, the state designated list comes with a shall have a program wording. There are 31 weed species, 4 insect species, and 2 rodent species on the state list. County declared species are listed district by district, and they don't have to have a program, but it allows them to work on those species. Those programs encompass everything from education to cost share to large landscape scale treatments. Funding for districts is 1 mill levy for their base. They may also request a 2nd mill levy for special management programs. Special management programs are designed to address a certain species, and it may be several species in a particular geographic area within the district. Budgets are augmented by a lot of federal partners, such as BLM, Forest Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, sometimes Bureau of Reclamation. Those funds are administered through the council sometimes through the Department of Agriculture. And in a lot of cases, individual districts have a direct agreement with federal agencies to work on projects. And those are accomplished usually with an MOU, and you heard a little bit about Good Neighbor Authority. That is the bread and butter, especially for BLM when we work with noxious species on federal lands. State funds are also provided in addition to the mill levies. Those include the Emergency Insect Management Program, and that's for West Nile virus and grasshoppers and Mormon crickets. We have a WYDOT noxious program for right-of-ways, noxious species and WYDOT right-of-ways. There's state lands funding for noxious on state lands. Special management program funding just for those special management programs I talked about, and the pesticide registration fee. You heard a little bit from the director about the pesticide registrations in Wyoming, and you saw the number is more than 14,000. Those cost $140 a piece for every product registered in Wyoming. And those funds go into the pesticide registration fee grant, which comes to UW Extension for pesticide education, and to we call the State Allocations Committee, and those go to weed and pest districts for weed and pest projects. State funds are administered by the Department of Agriculture. We also do a lot of work with the Wildlife Trust Fund. Especially in the last summer, they've been a huge partner to weed and pest districts across the state. A lot of districts also work with NGOs like Rocky Mountain Elk. The Nature Conservancy has been a really good partner to weed and pest districts. So that's kind of the funding where we come from. However, the last year, as I'm sure you know, was really, really tough for us with federal funding. It was extremely unpredictable, and it made it really hard for districts to plan their summers. And though that's looking a lot better, most of our federal funding has been thawed, but that didn't happen till well into the spray season. When all of this started, we were right at the beginning trying to plan for crews and projects. So a lot of crews were truncated this year. A lot of projects were kind of put aside until later when we found out what funding would be. So we can get some of those fall treatments going with that federal funding, but some of our early summer treatments were definitely curtailed. One example that kind of came to the front of my mind is APHIS. We do a lot of work. APHIS is a huge partner for weed and pest across the state. And their biggest partnership with us is for grasshopper and Mormon cricket control. Normally, they would have crew to come and do, in the late summer, an adult count to see where the egg deposition is happening. And those counts help predict what we'll see in the following spring. So in the winter, that helps us plan for funding. And then in the spring, they help weed and pest districts do counts for the hatch. So they're counting the tiny little grain of rice sized grasshoppers to see where we're gonna actually have to have treatments. This summer, they had almost no crew, and they worked really hard to get what staff they had around the state to do counts, but our counts were, we had a lot of missing data that we kind of rely on from APHIS. APHIS also provides a lot of funding for treatments, especially on federal lands, and that was not there at all this year either. However, we were lucky to not have a bad grasshopper Mormon cricket year, so weed and pest districts were able to cover most of that, and APHIS pulled back to doing their really high value, really important potential invasive species like emerald ash borer and gypsy moth, and so they still did those trapping. But if we had had a normal year for grasshoppers and Mormon crickets, we would really have been in a pickle. We certainly did not have enough funding and definitely not enough staff to have covered even the counts, let alone doing all the treatments. So that kind of panned out for us.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I assume at some point we won't have a good year and that funding is not scheduled to go back. Is that correct? And so do we know what the state could potentially do to help with this program? Like what stopgaps that we need to be looking towards so that we don't run into the problems the consequences that could come from not handling this issue?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, Representative. Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong name tag. There is the Emergency Insect Management Program, which is funded directly from the legislature, and that is about $700,000 a year. That covers mosquitoes as well. That's West Nile virus program. And we funded about 81% of requests this year. Most of those were for mosquito programs. So in a grasshopper year, we'll get a lot more requests for grasshopper funding. And usually the result is that we have to fund a lot less. So last year we had a lot more grasshopper requests. We funded about 60%. So there is a mechanism in place. It's just what kind of funding is in that pot. So that's one way to go about it.
Yes, go ahead.
You said you funded 60% last year, but did you have the additional funding from federal funds last year that supplemented with that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Representative, that was last year with closer to normal federal funds. So yeah, this year was, if we'd had the same kind of requests this year that we had last year, we'd have funded maybe 40%. Yeah, the grasshoppers are cyclical. So last year was the tail end of their cycle, but yeah, that's how it would have looked. It would have been ugly. So since we didn't have as much grasshoppers to fight, we did spend a lot of time on fire projects. I know you guys have heard that a ton of acres burned last summer. And one of the primary drivers for massive grass fires is invasive annual grasses. And the reason for that is the flammable biomass that especially cheatgrass produces as successive generations grow and die. They make a layer of extremely flammable duff, and this does not degrade very quickly because of its high silica content. So as that fire cycle is perpetuated, it just becomes more and more of a tinderbox. As those seeds germinate, for cheatgrass especially, they are really good at absorbing nitrogen. And now in a burned area, you have a lot of extra nitrogen. So it makes that quicker. The nitrogen encourages cheatgrass to grow faster. It germinates first, sucks up all the nitrogen, and then dies and releases nitrogen, which it soaks up first. And so it, over time, pushes out native species as well as creates that duff layer. So the naturally fire-resistant native species no longer exist in that space, and it just creates that cycle over time again and again. So between this fall, late summer, this fall, and next fall, we'll be treating hundreds of thousands of acres for invasive annual grasses, and most of that is going to be post-fire reclamation. We have a few areas of Ventonata that are right next to those fires, and if you're familiar with Ventonata, we kind of say that's cheatgrass on steroids. So if that gets started, it will be exponentially worse than the cheatgrass problem we have now. So they're really focused on a lot of those Ventonata areas. A lot of these, and this is a little bit different than some of the projects we've done in the past, mostly because of the scale. All these weed treatments have been dovetailed with reseeding, especially in the northeast corner. Some of those fires burned extremely hot in places, and there's nothing left there. Normally, after an invasive annual grass treatment, we've suppressed the grasses, the annual grasses, and there's enough existing perennial mass root systems in the ground that once that top layer is suppressed, they come up and do great. That's what we've seen on most of our annual grass treatments. It's a little bit different post-fires. So as we've been planning these, most of them have involved a reseeding of natives component. And that's one of my big takeaways from last summer's projects, which I never thought I'd have to tell people to slow down and don't give us money yet. But it was slow down, that we needed time to gather data. We needed time to see what was going to grow, to plan those reseedings. And so that's why you see these treatments deferred a year or possibly 2 years, so we can get the natives established, because the herbicide we use kills things as they germinate. So the seedings need time to come up, and then we'll go back and treat those grasses. So in some of those fireplaces where you may see the cheatgrass coming, it's okay. We've got to let the good things grow before we can go nuke the bad things. Fires aside, Weed and Pest does a lot of annual grass work. Both Ventonata and Medusa Head are state noxious weeds. Cheatgrass is declared in 18 counties. And we estimate there's 15.5 million acres of cheatgrass in Wyoming. In 2024, before fires, we did $37 million worth of invasive annual grass treatments, and that's funded by Weed and Pest and partners. They're effective treatments, but they are extremely expensive. The herbicide costs between $45 and $60 an acre, and mostly we're doing aerial treatments. That's recommended on label, and it's, in Wyoming, usually the easiest, most efficient way to get large acres sprayed. Aerial treatments cost $14 to $30 an acre. So by the time we're doing a treatment, we are in the neighborhood of $90+ an acre for treatments. The plus side is that they're usually longer lasting. We don't usually have to go back and do anything but a little mop up, like in a brush shadow, for 3 or 4 years. That herbicide usually holds for 3 to 4. In some places, we're getting longer. And then the last thing I have to share with you this morning is about an economic impact for ag lands where weeds are found. The council paid UW to do an economic impact study, and they looked at 10 weeds. The data for that was provided by Weed and Pest districts for infestations. Again, this is just to ag lands. They calculated losses by species. And I think you guys have that economic impact study in front of you. It's really, really detailed, so I won't go into all of it. I'll just pull some of the high points for you for cheatgrass that we've been talking about. Currently, because of the areas that are infested right now, the state loses $32 million a year. And for the evaluation, if cheatgrass spread to all of the areas of the state that it could inhabit, That loss is calculated to be $110 million a year. Leafy spurge, which is historically an important invasive species in Wyoming, that loss is currently about $500,000 with the potential to be $1 million. And for Ventonata, we're currently losing $1 million a year with the potential to lose $27 million a year. And again, remember, this is just related to ag. In the next year, we'll be working with UW to do a similar study for losses regarding wildlife, and then hopefully in the future, one for recreation as well. So the losses are staggering right now, so we're really focused on getting ahead if we can. And that's what I have to share with you this morning. I'll be happy for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question for you because I've heard this with weed and pest districts around the state, that they are worried that with the property tax reductions and this mill, they're feeling like they're kind of being threatened. And I just want to verify if this is true, that the weed and pest districts are being threatened by the counties, that they are going to lose the county funding because of what we did on property tax reductions. So I just wanted to ask you that question. Thank
Sure.
you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I did ask a lot of the districts kind of what they're facing with the property tax reduction. And yes, since their base funding is a mill levy, whatever percentage of that mill levy is based on property taxes, they will lose 1%. Park County, for instance, this year lost about 21% of their mill levy. And it's widely varied throughout the state depending on if you've got petroleum in the county or if you're really, really leaning on those property taxes. So I don't know if I would say the county's threatening them, but yeah, just as a matter of the way it's set up, when that reduction hits those property values, yeah, they're going to lose 1%.
Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. The weed and pest legislation, 1973, first went in. How did we handle it? Was it just all privately before that? And do you know what the impetus was for that legislation? Was cheatgrass out of control, or what did we do with cheatgrass before 1973? Was does private operators have to take care of it on their own budget? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, weed and pest control in Wyoming goes clear back to statehood. In 1896, we had our first weed law, and that was for Russian thistle. So it really kind of grew up with the state of Wyoming, and we added piecemeal new species. Prairie dogs, grasshoppers were also early species for control in Wyoming. In the 40s and 50s, there was legislation that allowed a county to vote to have a weed and pest district, and then it was tied to the county. So before the Weed and Pest Act of 73, it was more at the county level, and it was just coming in county by county. So the Bighorn Basin, Goshen County, those areas were kind of the first, and then it spread wider. In 73, that law mandated that each county have a weed and pest district. Cheatgrass is a little bit newer. Nobody saw this coming. I wish we had. Nobody saw this coming. So it was not on the radar till really after the act. There's not much literature that talks about cheatgrass till fairly recently. So no, the focus for Wyoming, even up to the Weed and Pest Act, was more Canada thistle, Russian thistle, prairie dogs. Some of the other thistles came in a little bit later. So yeah, cheatgrass is fairly new to the game.
Representative Banks.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to go back here to the losses. I just want to make sure I'm clear. So 110 million loss. So loss in what? Is that from the weed and pest budget? Is that from specific counties? Is that from profits for producers? Just clarify what that loss is. Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Representative, those losses, if you've got the economic impact study in front of you, this will be on page 8. And those losses are calculated for egg values. So that is production acres lost, and then it's also a trickle-down effect from that. So it would be money to the community as well. Those are how those losses are figured.
Are there any more questions? Yes, Representative Strzok.
Thank you, Chairman. Mine is over the prairie dogs. So, you know, we really fight them, especially in Converse County. But what happens on the state and the BLM and it's really on that national grasslands, you know, that has more prairie dogs than anywhere else, and they have 3 areas, pretty much totaling 30K in acres with prairie dog habitat. So what is their involvement in there? Are they really focusing on that? And if we had controlled them on state and BLM, we probably wouldn't have quite the mess we have. So whose problem is that?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Representative, the districts are very aggressive on prairie dogs. We are definitely hamstrung, especially in the grasslands. They have a threshold of infested acres of prairie dogs that you have to leave. You can treat once they get above that threshold. So when they do rise above that threshold, we treat as many as we can, but we're hamstrung by that. BLM is also really restrictive on areas that we can treat, especially if it's whitetail, and that's more for the western side of the state. But no, they maintain a threshold that you're allowed. So, yeah, yeah, for sure. That's, boy, those meetings are sure a treat. I think our federal partners in Wyoming are fantastic, and I think they're working as hard as they can. In those meetings, you can just feel the frustration from them over the rules that they're kind of working under.
Thank you. I was just going to be a comment. Is there any way we could live trap them and take them back to Washington, DC? Just curious if we could do that and put them out there.
Representative, I'd sure love the chance to do that, although I don't know about live trapping a prairie dog. I'd rather deliver a lead poisoned one.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just a quick question. Outside of the local county mills, I should know this, is it $1.5 million, $2 million appropriation from the state that is, that you get annually from, for the weed and pest, or can you hit on that just a little bit? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman and Senator, the funding that comes from the state, the bigger pot of money is about 1.3 million, and that is coming from the from the pesticide registration fees. So that's based on those products that everybody registers in the state. It fluctuates some. That's about what we get per year. And those go to weed and pest districts, with a big chunk of that goes to UW Extension to do pesticide applicator training. But the rest of that goes to weed and pest districts, and those are allocated by the State Allocation Committee through a meeting in March. And those are, I've got in your report a list of all those projects under the pesticide registration, and you've got a list in the very back of that report if you want to look by your district of all the projects everybody's doing. So that's where that pot of money is. Special management program, that's directly allocated, and that is about $80,000 a year. Then that's allocated the same way. State lands projects, those are $150,000 a year, and they're divided up across all the districts. And WYDOT provides about $550,000 a year to do all right-of-ways in the state of Wyoming.
Yes, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to talk a little bit about that cheatgrass stuff. You said there's 15.4 million acres in the state, estimated, at about $90 an acre with an aerial application to try to treat it. That's a ton of money. And what I understand about cheatgrass is it's got to be sprayed before it goes to seed, correct? In order to be truly effective. I mean, you can kill it after, I guess you can kill it anytime, but it's better to kill it before it seeds. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman.
Before it produces a seed?
No, we're not treating it before it goes to seed. If you wanted to do a small project, you could do it with something like glyphosate, and yeah, you would kill it before it went to seed. But in Wyoming, the window for treating that is really small because you have to spray at a time where you don't kill the perennial species, the native grasses. So we're treating that after it's seeded out. We're treating in the late summer and then into the fall. So we're trying to do the treatments before it germinates, because the chemical that we use, Indaziflam, kills the seeds as they germinate. So it gets deposited into the soil and it absorbs to that top inch of soil and just stays active right there. So after those seeds are in, as soon as they germinate, it kills them at that point.
Okay.
So yeah, you'd kill the plant before seed ideally, but Wyoming makes that really hard to do just because our window in the spring is so small.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. I misunderstood that. So my question then, a couple of questions. How do you determine what areas get treated? I mean, surely you're not doing 15.4 million, but you have to make some selections. How do you choose those sites?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, in your weed and pest report on page 6 is kind of a chart that shows a little bit how we make those decisions. And this would be if it was not in a fire situation. We have kind of a sliding scale of maintain, improve, contain is what we call it. So in an area with a low cheatgrass density especially, or that was a really important, say, sage-grouse core, or that had a really good population of perennials, that is a place where you can expect to win the battle. And so you'd put your money there first. And then you would move into situations that we call improve. So you've got a higher density of cheatgrass, maybe a lower density of desirable natives, but you're less likely to get ahead quickly. So that would be something that you would put your money into second. You'd also incorporate into that if you had a really important project there. You had like the Wind River Canyon where you're expecting a lot of traffic. You might, even though that might be really densely infested with fewer perennials, you might put more priority on that because people are going to transfer that seed. And then the last place we would put our focus would be a place that was really high density of cheatgrass with really low density of desirables that you would know you would have to do a reseeding project as well. And maybe an area that is not as important for wildlife or ag or whatever your goal was, you'd put that down at the bottom of your list. So that's kind of a general way we would make those decisions outside of a fire. After a fire, the decision is going to be more based on your goals. And so the northeast corner fires last summer are a good example where people really need to get some of those production lands back. Even if it's completely burned or there's no perennials coming, you'd put more focus on that one because people have no production on that place.
Okay. One last question, Mr. Chairman. So I guess we can assume that we'll never really get all the cheatgrass killed in the state. I mean, it just seems almost impossible to do that. So we got to prioritize where we do the work. But my last question, is there any other, spraying seems to be the most effective way to deal with it, but is there any other ideas out there, any other work being done on other ways to combat cheatgrass in the state? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, there's limited efficacy in grazing. If you have the ability to move your cattle onto early germinated cheatgrass, there is some forage value, and they will graze it down. The results are a little bit more anecdotal. Some people have really good results off of that, but there's not a lot of data to suggest that this is a really viable option, especially over landscape scale kind of projects. On a small area, it might be a good option. And just last year, I heard there's a little bit of research for the possibility of a fungus for cheatgrass. I haven't heard anything since, so I think this is brand new, and it'll be years before something like that gets through the rigorous approval system for biocontrol. So really, right now, herbicide is the only effective way to combat it.
Okay, are there any more questions from the committee? Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lindsay, thank you for coming. I want to say, first off, I am so impressed about your department's examination of so many factors when you're dealing with all of this. I had no idea that you were actually cross-sectioning so many different areas. My question is on the fires, because we used to burn off small areas so that we could get rid of some invasive things or weeds or whatever, and then the grass and everything always came back, very small areas. But I was just told this last week that they had been told by some fire people, firemen and different things like that, that some of the species in the, like sage, I think it was sagebrush, that they actually, when they burn so hot, they go down into the roots, and then that's where the fire really goes through, is those root sections. And so I wondered if the damage that could be done there, if that in fact is proven, but if the damage could be enough to where the earth is so scorched that even seeding would not be valuable for quite a while.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, that is something that we're finding out. Part of the planning and data gathering that we've done for those fires from last summer shows that some areas did burn that hot, that they've reduced the nutrients in the soil. They took that root system out. They burned hot enough to be scorched earth. And so in those cases, you have to do soil amendments as well as seeding. So it might be a coated seed, or it might be something you also add to the soil to rejuvenate the soil enough that it would prosper seedlings.
Okay, I see no more questions, so we will thank you for your being here and your presentation. And also, I think we'll take about a 10-minute break at this point. So we'll be back at 10:30. We'll reconvene our meeting at this time. The organization coming up right now would be the Wyoming Livestock Board, and it looks like they're here already, so would you go ahead and...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Committee. Steve True, Director at the Wyoming Livestock Board, with Dr. Hallie Hazel, your state vet. If I might, I'd like to just ask you quickly, if this is what I have planned, is to just run through a quick agency update. We have supplied you with a report that was due to your committee at the end of September, and we supplied that early on the anthrax notification protocol. I think if it's all right with you, I'll give my update. We'll segue into those quick things, and that'll walk you right into Dr. Hazel's report, if that works for the committee. So, Mr. Chairman, quickly, just for a reminder to the committee members, our board is sponsored or has a mission statement in the statute book to protect the livestock producers of Wyoming from theft and disease. So those are our roles. So in doing that, we have 4 units in the agency. Admin, which consists of myself, my office staff, Dr. Hazel as administrator of animal health, and admin unit offers the resources to an almost entirely remote field force that does all the work for the agency. We have of course, her animal health unit that operates to protect and regulate import, export of livestock, to deal with reportable diseases, disease outbreak, emerging new diseases. I think you'll probably have a lot of questions for her today. And then we have our brand inspection and recording group, which is our biggest unit. We have 96 brand inspectors scattered around the state dealing with notification of regulation of movement and proof of ownership on livestock in the state of Wyoming, and a brand recording unit. The folks that deal with the 28,000 to 29,000 recorded brands we have in the state just pestered you probably in the past year for a renewal, and we'll pester those of you who missed that one next time when that comes around. So that's our group, other than the 2 law enforcement officers. I never want to forget them. That's a small but mighty unit. Works mostly on force multiplication with your county sheriffs, but I'll touch on that here in a little bit shortly. So that's just the kind of overview of who we are. Every 2 years, we rotate out some board members. In the past year, we rotated out 2 of our longtime officers in Sean Sims and Kirby Camino. And in the room is replacing as our new board president, Mary Owens is the new president of the board. Hugh Hageman from Fort Laramie is our new vice president. We added Lindsay Woods from Campbell County to replace Kirby Camino, and Dave Julian out of Lincoln County to replace Sean Sims. So that's our board. Those 7 members represent the sheep and cattle industries in the state. Pretty unique group in the policy-making powers that they have and authorities and statute. So that's that group, Mr. Chairman, and that's kind of a quick update on the units. Just some recent actions. There's been commentary for the last couple days and the last couple meetings on the fires that are going on around the state. We do have some options in that in our brand inspection world, in that we can issue an order to allow livestock to be moved in the case of a fire or other emergency, a flood, cross county lines without a brand inspection with some parameters. I did sign an order for that for the Red Canyon Fire in Hot Springs County on August 19th, rescinded that this week. Due to the containment of the fire, reports from my inspectors that are up there telling me what livestock needed to be moved, what had been moved, where it had gone, those sorts of things. The fire up on the Green River Drift, we have not done an order there, but Dr. Hazel and I have been in contact pretty regular with our inspectors up there who have cattle on the drift, letting us know if somebody needs to go out of state per se. That's a little different beast because that's in your designated surveillance area. So Dr. Hazel has a bigger role to play in the movement of those cattle than I would. And so she's working with our brand inspectors on that. So that's the one thing we do with those. Does not preclude inspection. I'll use Senator Pearson for an example. If she was in the fire and we told her to move, go ahead and move, but she still has to notify an inspector she's going to. and then have those livestock inspected again before she moves them another time. If she brings them back to the burned area or to a third site, that's when the inspection would take place on those cattle in an emergency. So if there's no questions on that part, I'll carry on. Mr. Chairman, I want to give you a quick update on the brand inspection and recording. Most of our updates there will wind up with personnel. Seems like about every 20 years, we get some folks really trained in that brand inspection and they decide to move on. So we've had 9 folks retire or resign. Wealth of information, years of experience in the past year. And our full-time guys, we've been able to replace all of those. We still have 2 part-time inspections we're trying to refill in the Torrington area at the sale barn. Perfect time to try and find those guys. The sales are slow right now, but grass dries up. We're in pretty good in Laramie County, but the grass dries up, those sales will get busy pretty quick, and we'll need those folks there. Also want to thank 2 longtime folks in our brand recording unit that just retired in this past year. Again, we just got them trained after several years, and they decided to move on. We've been extremely lucky to hire good folks for all these positions. It seems to be, we seem to find a lot of country guys, young guys that want to move into that brand inspector deal to maybe make another income to go with their smaller operations. Sometimes some retired folks. And same, we've been able to find 2 outstanding young applicants for our brand recording, so we don't expect any slowdown in our ability to perform those duties. So if I jump from there into your brand, a couple things I want to let you know about brand inspection. It's kind of, your industry group folks in the room can report on these as well, but our total cattle numbers, inspection numbers still trended upwards again for another year. That would read to us that the reload has not started with the cow herd, that people are still taking advantage of the high market. They're either not finding the right value in what they need to buy back, or they're banking some grass. Bless the Lord if it didn't burn up. They're either banking some grass or some money to reload. It also notes that we are finding that some of that is an aging infrastructure in that industry. Some of the folks are taking advantage of the high dollars to buy equity in the ranch or just get out. So that's a little bit of that going on, but we see those numbers continuing to rise. They've risen 4 years in a row in our cattle numbers. Our inspection numbers, forms issued, have gone down. So that makes bigger movements, dispersal movements, people selling all their replacement heifers. It's not as much 1s and 2s and 10s and people moving a little package of calls as it used to be. So just something to keep in your mind. Industry-wide, I think there's 2 things there. 1 is the market, 2 is the aging folks in the industry, and 3, some folks don't want to, they're into a business model, that they want to stay with that business model, and they're not seeing the value to replace what they're selling at this time. So maybe those folks will have some grass, have some young people back in, but that's something that we notice, and we would like to report on that to the committee to know that that's what we see and how we interpret that. Sheep numbers were up a tick this year. I think, again, that's a little bit of a sell-off of sheep. I don't know, Senator Pearson on the side would be a good conversation with you whether the sheep numbers have increased overall. We're not seeing that, but we're seeing an uptick in inspections. Horses down, horses vary. We do a lot of lifetimes for a few years. Sometimes our numbers are huge. They were huge the last few years because of the gathers, both in the BLM and on the reservation. So that made for large horse inspection numbers. So we don't worry about that. We don't track that market-wise. That's a different looking thing. Mr. Chairman?
Director, Senator Hyde has a question.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick before you go by, could you give us those cattle numbers that you were referring to earlier? And maybe the last couple of years? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have 2 years, Mr. Chairman, Senator, but I can give you last year, our total cattle numbers were 1,628,078 inspections. A lot of times you'll see that NASS will guess our cow herd total cow herd at 1.65. So we looked at basically the cow herd if you're counting our calves. That was an increase of just a tick under 3% from the year before, which was higher, which was 4% the year before that. Sheep numbers, we looked at 228,000 last year. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I would touch on law enforcement just quickly. I do want to thank the legislature again. In the prior budget year, you moved that appropriation that came with the reimbursement strategy to its full appropriation, put it into our standard budget. Our law enforcement unit is running, our two guys are running hard and wide, talking to sheriff's offices, helping sheriff's offices to be educated, conducting classes. We did 13 classes with the county offices in 2024, and 7 so far this year in 2025, and I think they have 3 booked. Those are our force multiplier. Those go along. Number one, we train some agencies that don't participate in the MOU program, but it is a criteria to enter that MOU with us for that reimbursement for patrol or livestock duties that that the agencies host our class. And those classes do not include by any means the number of ride-alongs or checkpoints that our folks do with those guys and our state counterparts in our bordering states. We did 2 checkpoints going into Nebraska this year with Nebraska inspectors and their law enforcement folks on one side and ours on the other side, checking folks back and forth for the proper import paperwork, proper brand inspection paperwork. So they do that a lot. They run the highways pretty hard. This fall, here in fact, in next week or the week after, both of our investigators will be in Tulare, California at the Rural Crime School. We took a deputy with us to that, with one of my investigators a year ago, came back, and they both have established extreme networks in the Western United States based on that. That crime school is based on rural crime, something that we've talked about a little bit. Maybe, and we work that in our MOUs with our sheriffs. They have a lot of equipment theft, a lot of feed theft in Tulare County, California, and those guys are experts at investigating, prosecuting those cases, and they'll bring in investigators, sheriff's deputies from all over the nation to this school. And so we will send in both guys. We have 1 new man this year, and so he will get the chance to build those networks. They're also planning to stop in Utah and Nevada on their way out there and spend some time with their counterparts in those states. So, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Ottman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 2 questions. One, to go back just a little bit to, well, now I forgot what that one was, so I'll go with this one. In the county where I am, there's a lot of open spaces, as there is in every place in Wyoming. But the general consensus was, yes, we're missing, 20 head or 17 head or whatever. And so they wait to see if they trail in or whatever. But is rustling just a given of being part of the agricultural committee? Or since all this training and your 2 law enforcement now, do we have MOUs with other states to be the brand inspectors for Wyoming cattle that are being sold, or how does it work?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, good question. I'm glad you asked that question. So we'll use you as an example. If you file a missing report, if you're missing 15 or 20 head, I would prefer you certainly didn't wait till everybody gathered. If you think you're short 15 head, we need to know, because in 2 weeks, it's a cold case. In 10 hours, they can be out of the brand area in any direction. So we need to know as soon as you think you're short, and then if you find them, let us know that as well. We consider that just another hedge. That's another risk hedge attribute that folks in the industry can use. Let us know. So if you file that report with us, my investigators will call you, one of them immediately. We'll notify every sheriff in the state. We'll notify all of our brand inspectors. That report goes out to 16 other states that either have counterparts to us or a brand inspection or widely marketed states. And everybody will be getting a heads up that you may be missing 15 black baldy and black yearlings branded this way. So that gets out there, and that's the only way we can spread that news that far and wide, and that'll happen the first day we get that report. Those will go out. I always have to qualify, and I know a lot of you know that there's a jillion sale barns in the country east of here where there's no brand law. They don't know what they don't know, they won't deal with. If they know, if they get a heads up, they will watch for the cattle that are on the reports. They don't want to hurt their businesses by any means by trading cattle that are sold. If you watch the reports in the south of the Texas Ranger special operators that work that for Texas and Oklahoma, they're always picking up cattle in Joplin, Missouri or somewhere else because they alert those barns to where they're going, and we do that as well. So that's what we do with that, in that we get that out quickly, and then if, like I said, if you find them, then we'll pull those resources in and send them another direction.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I understand you're saying report is soon, but you know as well as I do that there's people that have them out in the country, and so they wait until they all gather and then they separate them out. So a lot of times it would be a while. So there's that. But to go along with that, so do the sale barns or brand inspectors or whomever in Wyoming, like if I said, I know darn well I'm missing this amount of cattle and they haven't showed up and the neighbors haven't found them, do I then get a hold of, or does the state get a hold of some of the surrounding states and say, where's your report of the cattle that you have sold with what brands? Is there reports that go out like that people can check to see if possibly their animals were sold there? And then the other question that I had that I remembered is that when there is a fire like we've had and people are just coming in and moving their cattle and then want to move them back possibly because there's no feed there or whatever, is there time criteria? I mean, can you guys be there on the spot? Does things have to be inspected again within a couple days, or how does that work?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I'll take your second question first. So in the fire scenario, there's not a time frame. It's while that order is in effect, you can move, and then you just have to notify the brand inspector that you should notify within 48 hours that you're going to move because of the fire, we hope. We don't expect you to chase somebody around on their cell phone while you're waiting. If you've got trucks up there, get them gone, get them out of there, tell us where you're going and what cattle you took. Then the time frame coming back will vary. It'll be you'll call the inspector and he'll come look at the cattle before you move them again, or the sheep or whatever they may be. There are for different events. I remember the flood in Niobrara County a few years ago. There was some cattle moving around, same thing. And those cattle could come right back once the water receded. In the fire, the people probably can't come right back. So they may be finding another place. There may be a commingling. People are cutting fences and letting livestock run in front of those fires. So there's going to be a commingling. Sometimes those are invited, the inspector's then invited to help at the sort. But we don't concern ourselves a ton with random movement because I've got inspectors up in all of those fires. Either they're working that area or they've got their own cattle there. Both the Smoot fire, the Green River fire, and the Hot Springs fire, I had inspectors that own cattle on those allotments. So they were up in the middle of all that. So I'm getting an update from people on the ground. So we're not concerned about random movement, but there's not a real time frame on that because you may have to sit for 2 weeks while you're figuring out where you're going to go next. It's not a 2 days after you move and we have to look. So there's not a time frame involved. Now I forgot your first question. So Mr. Chairman, I think in the markets, there's two things I want to say about that is that I'm not going to follow every market report in the country. I can't do that. We're gonna poke at places that we think are possible. Did you sell any cattle that match this? Have you seen any cattle where cattle brought and then left and didn't sell? Which is more likely the case. If they're asking questions at that market, the guy will just say, I think market will be better next week, and he'll drive on down the road. So it will follow that kind of a realm on that. But I do want to also note that in theft and missing cattle reports, my inspectors find an average of 1,600 head of strays every year, either cattle at the sale barns or cattle when they're doing a country inspection. They go back to the owner. And if it's at the market, the animal will sell, but there's a hold put on the money. And now anybody that has an interest has a year to prove up ownership on that animal in order to collect that money. So there's a huge, outside of the law enforcement side, our brand inspectors perform an extremely valuable function in dealing with those strays and the holds.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So quick questions on the two law enforcement guys you got. Statutorily, do they have any detainment authority, or are they more investigate and refer to the sheriff's department, and then the impetus is on the sheriff's department to act on that? How is that kind of all, that function?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Banks, be glad that neither one of them are here today. Because they have thoughts on that, similar to the conversations that went through your session with the State Parks Police last year. We have extremely limited authority. They can act, they can arrest and detain on anything that is in our Title 11, or anything on theft and larceny, or anything on fraud. So, or any of our misdemeanor, but that's all in our Title 11. So they have those arrest authorities. I won't go into what they want to do, but they would like to be able to react to other felonies and presence, kind of a thing they're not allowed to do right now as fully post-certified law enforcement officers. But that's something that I'll bring to a few of you at some point once we determine exactly how that would need to go, and see if the body had any interest in weighing those thoughts. But yes, they do have arrest authorities pertaining to anything livestock related, theft and fraud related to those. And also in our Title 11, I would mention they also enforce, they are the enforcement arm when education doesn't work for Dr. Hazel's import regulations and our animal health rules. In every case, similar to Director Miyamoto and Ag, we would rather educate than regulate, but my law enforcement guys are a little quicker to do what they need to do.
Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, just to back up again, you mentioned the horse numbers, and I'd be interested in the total, and in particular on the wild horse side of that, how that has changed with, the recent movements down there of thinning that down. Can you give us those numbers? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, I haven't seen the inspection numbers on the current gathers. I don't know what those are at this point. So I will stay off of that one for now.
Yes, go ahead.
Could you give us the total number? You were talking about the horse population.
Yes, sir.
And I'm kind of curious on how you qualify and quantify that number on total horses, once we get that. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, we looked at 20,528 horses last year. That's almost a 30% decrease from the year before when we had the tribal gathers and the gathers on the BLM. There's a myriad of different horse inspections available. There's just a trip. You want to go from Casper to Cody, and so you get a basic A form. There's an H form, which allows you to move that horse within the year. We do a lot of those for in-state rodeo strings. A lot of dude strings do an H form. And then there's our lifetime permit that's good anywhere in the United States, that you buy that one and you can go to any state and it's honored in those states. So these horse numbers would include all types of horse inspections that we do. But that biggest increase is going to be those gathers. I mean, we still do the college finals and did the high school finals this year for the last time for a minute. And we look at a lot of horses there. Out-of-state horses come in, Texas horses, Louisiana horses, that there's no brand inspection. So they come in, they provide their health inspections and their Coggins tests, and then they have to get a in order to leave, they have to get a brand inspection. So they get a brand there. We sell a lot of lifetimes to those folks, particularly to the rodeo folks, that they can prove ownership. It's not a borrowed horse or a leased horse. If they can prove ownership, we'll write them a lifetime, and then they can rock and roll and go to the rest of the rodeos they're going to. So but basically that drop off is that, are those gather numbers. And as we carry on, by session time, I'll be able to get you what we've looked at this year.
Yes, Senator Pearson.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, quickly, we had two things.
Director, we have a question here.
I'm
I
sorry.
have a question. Thank you. I have a couple questions. So when you do the horse inspections, are they paying a predator fee as well? That's one. And then on these emergency brand inspections coming back, are those predator fees waived as like because it was an emergency evacuation kind of a scenario? So when they come back and you're inspecting them coming back to a certain area or going to a different area, are those predator fees waived on those inspections since it was an emergency like a fire or a flood or things like that? So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pearson, no, we do not charge predator for horse inspections. The fire inspection, it's probably gonna vary. Some of those cattle are already gonna be on an in-state movement permit, and so there's no pred charge there. These cattle may have already been charged a predator fee, which, we can only charge any animal one time in a 12-month period. So our brand inspectors and the producers will work those things out. If you were to be that person and the brand inspector wanted to charge you pred, and you could offer the brand inspection where you've already paid it, it's done. You don't have to pay it. I don't have to waive it. I don't waive it. I don't think we don't move that many cattle based on those orders. But if somebody wanted it waived, I'm certain we have the authority to do that, and the inspector's going to do that at that time.
Okay, I was just wondering because in an emergency like that, right, people are already stressing about how they're going to feed their cattle, all of these things, and any extra expense for something like that, I feel needs to be waived. And I realize that does a lot of damage as far as predator control and things like that money goes to. But at the same time, I feel like that because there are some people that don't move their livestock around and they haven't already gotten an inspection, right? And so I feel like that they should have a waive of the predator fee in that situation because they're already going to be strapped for money trying to keep their livestock company going in something like that. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, just a quick reply to that, I don't disagree with any of that. And basically, that first inspection is it's not a revenue producer for us or the predator boards. It's more of a make sure we get the right guy's cattle. And that's a good place where we're going to pick up a cut fence and two guys' cattle commingled, and they just went to throwing them on trucks and got them off the mountain. So that's more of an ownership and returning the right cattle to the right folks.
Okay, are there any more questions?
So, Mr. Chairman, on that note, quickly, we have the one report, the written report we gave you, and I want to give you just a heads up on another report that we were by statute to give you on January 1, I think, on the ADT MOUs with other states as far as moving cattle under the ADT rule and using means outside of the EID tag or in conjunction with. Since the session, and we testified to you at that time, we were in talks with Utah. In March, we signed an agreement, late March, with Utah. We have an agreement with Utah that allows the exemption, or the piece of the existing ADT rule that says brands can be recognized as that movement if agreed to by the two states. And so we have an agreement with Utah based on that. In the meantime, we have reached out to all of our other brand states that have brand programs that we consider a brand program, not a self-inspection program or anything like that. I have Hard Nose from Montana, Idaho, Colorado, and New Mexico. They're not interested at all. Nebraska's reviewing, South Dakota's reviewing. North Dakota, I'm sure, is going to be a hard no, even though I was allowed the opportunity to present to their board. And Dr. Hazel and I just received some commentary back from the new state for veterinarian in Nevada. He wants to visit. So we'll visit about that. So that's where that stands on those ADT MOUs that we were, my board resolved that we would do, and you also wrote statute that said we would do, so that's just a quick heads up. You'll get your final report in January, or the first of two reports that we are to give you on that. But I wanted to just clue you in today, that's where that stands. Most of the states that are a hard no say they've already polled their producer groups, and the producer groups are just saying, look, we're complying with this, we're fine, move on. So that was their commentary, that's not ours, that's what we were told by the others. So quickly, no questions on that. We do have that report on anthrax, and I think that gives us a chance to segue into Dr. Hazel's portion of the report. I would just say that we were required in statute to develop that protocol or give you an update on the protocol, which our board had already approved and we presented to you in the session. Dr. Hazel can run through the high points of that again if you want as far as anthrax updates, but this, we did furnish you, that is your written report that was due on September 30th. So with that, Mr. Chairman, unless there's any questions for me, I would defer to Dr. Hazel.
I see none, so go ahead.
Good morning and thank you, Representative Winter. And excuse the cough drop, otherwise I'll be coughing everywhere. As Director True mentioned, we have the anthrax protocol, the report that we were required to provide for you. In the essence of time, I won't go through the entire protocol. It's the same protocol that was voted on by our board previously and presented to you all as a committee. Please note that in March of this year, we did issue a press release recommending vaccination, reminding folks, first of all, that they should vaccinate if they're in a known anthrax region. And then also in July of 2025, there was a notice given through our email subscription service to our producers and veterinarians, also reminding them that they should be vaccinating for anthrax if they're in a known anthrax impacted area. Okay. You'll find attached our response protocol for anthrax, along with the press release that was sent, along with our investigation protocol, our anthrax information. Any questions on any of the anthrax material? I think you've all seen it before. Okay, if not, we'll move on.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to ask so many questions. How do you determine where a known anthrax area is on that? I mean, I think the data we saw at the legislature, there was only one area down in Carbon County or something like that that was maybe a problem in the past. Could you comment on that? Thank you.
Certainly. Mr. Chair, Senator Ide, a known anthrax area is literally where anthrax has been diagnosed in the past, period. That is the only way we have to know where anthrax is at in our state, or any state, is where it has actually been diagnosed in animals or maybe in people in historical archives. So we know it's been diagnosed in certain regions of our state. We have historical information. Beyond that, we don't know. We don't have those answers. So only where it's been previously diagnosed do we know where it's at. And those producers will typically know. We learned of a new area last year, obviously. Other than that, it's based on historical archives. Any other questions on anthrax that I can actually answer, maybe?
I see none. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Moving on. Just a quick update on brucellosis within our state. Obviously, it's something that we have and may have for the foreseeable future, unfortunately. We have 3 quarantine herds, 2 in Park County, 1 in Sublette, which is not unusual for us. Both those areas are very high-risk areas with regards to the seroprevalence in the elk herds in those areas. Some of those elk herds have a 30 to 35% seroprevalence of positive elk. So it isn't unusual that we have quarantine herds in those counties. Our testing season will begin pretty much in September. A lot of it is weather dependent, but usually in September, and it runs through January. That's our primary testing season because that's when cattle come off the mountain, come off their leases, cattle are weaned, et cetera. cows are preg checked, typically testing is done, brucellosis testing is done during the time of preg check. We recommend that herds test annually. That cost is covered by our brucellosis reimbursement program. We pay the veterinarians for that fee. Usually the veterinarians are already there with those herds doing preg checking or whatever else might be required at the same time. So moving on to other items that we've been doing the past few months, we're always working on updating our rules. It's a continual process that we have. If you've noticed, we have our Chapter 8 import rules that are out for public comment currently. That will end in September. We have 2 more chapters that were updated and approved at our last board meeting. One is our Chapter 2 brucellosis management and mitigation, and the other one is our Chapter 15 trichomoniasis rules. Those will hopefully come out for public comment again within the next few weeks. The next thing I want to bring up is this has been the last 5 years, I guess I should say, the emerging disease category for us has kept all of our state veterinarians and private veterinarians busy. And that, of course, with highly pathogenic avian influenza in dairy cattle, in birds. And now, of course, everybody is working on, hopefully, but working on a plan for New World screwworm. The best information on that actually comes out of the APHIS website. They keep it updated quite regularly with what's happening as far as prevention for New World screwworm. Also, the National Association of State Animal Health Officials has a working group, which I'm a member of, and we have developed an interstate movement guidance document to try to keep movement between states as uniform as possible should a state be impacted by New World screwworm. Unfortunately, there are not any approved treatments in the US for screwworm because we haven't had it in the US since essentially the late 60s, around 1970. So the treatments that we had at that time have changed, and we're looking for approval in treatments that currently exist, but they're not approved. FDA did comment this week that they would be doing emergency use approval for drugs that we requested, or would look at that, I should say. We'll look at emergency use approval if presented by the appropriate sponsor. As a group, the Association of State Animal Health Officials is putting together a treatment list, both topical and systemic, that we would like to present to FDA for emergency use approval. In that same theme, the U.S. Animal Health Association Parasitic and Vector-Borne Disease Committee, of which I'm a co-chair, is sponsoring a meeting in late September to review the response plan for screwworms, interstate movement document, and the treatment protocol, and then develop a white paper that can then be used by various agencies with reference to screwworms. Any questions on what we're doing, what's going on in that realm on screwworms? Anybody? Okay.
I see none.
Let's hope not. All right. The next thing I'd like to mention is that we, within the Animal Health Division of Wyoming Livestock Board, we are a very small unit. We have 3 veterinarians. We have myself, we have the assistant state vet, and we have 1 field veterinarian. That's it. We do have 2 full-time admin positions within our agency. Then we have 2 part-time that are federally funded admin positions. Actually, 3 now. We have 3 part-time admin positions that are all federally funded. With the size of our unit and the budget that we have, we highly depend upon our USDA Veterinary Services counterparts to help us perform our functions within this state. Whether it's animal health surveillance, animal health response, education, whatever, we depend on those folks to help us with that mission. With the reorganization of USDA, we lost 5 people as a result of that reorganization. The tasks of those 5 people have been absorbed by the 3 of us veterinarians in our agency. Something's going to give. It's going to be our education, probably. We won't be able to educate our folks as we had. We can't respond as quickly as we have. It won't happen. It won't work. And it's a serious issue that we're trying to find a way to work through right now, because we divided the field work up between our field veterinarian, myself, and the assistant state vet. So there are things that I'm not getting done, things that she is not getting done, to help make sure that our animal health industry stays secure and that the exportability of our livestock doesn't change. But there are things that will happen that we will not get done. We won't get the educational part of it done, which is very, very concerning to us. So we're looking for ways to resolve that issue, talking through what does that look like in the future for us, but it's one of our primary issues that we have to face right now. Something else on those same lines, to add to that, is that our emergency response plan for animal health hasn't been updated for about 15 to 20 years. And one of our goals was to update that animal health emergency response plan. We don't have the personnel, we have no personnel that can respond to that update or the funding to update that response plan. So it's also a concern because we also depended upon our USDA partners to help us with that. So any questions about that?
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you just walk me through, so there were 5 federal agency employees that were let go. Can you just give me some more information on that? That was USDA, right?
Representative Winter, our Chairman Winter, Representative Provenza, absolutely. So they have, through USDA, APHIS Veterinary Services, it's our partner in the United States for animal health. They have veterinary medical officer positions in our state, an animal health technician, and an animal identification coordinator. The animal identification coordinator, the animal health technician, and 3 of those veterinarians left. And those positions were essentially terminated when they left. Correct. And we do not see them being replaced at this point in time.
Any more questions? I guess not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question that I would have then is if those 3 or 5 positions, but 3 of them that you're talking about, that's for different positions with different job descriptions. So in the state of Wyoming, if we were to hire someone, what would they need to be trained in order to be able to fulfill the needs? Rather, I mean, just say, yeah.
Representative Chairman Winter, Representative Ottman, excellent question. And so those positions were a combination of, as you mentioned, veterinary medical officers or veterinarians, and basically animal health technicians. So what our primary need at this point in time is veterinarians. And the main reason for that is our veterinarians are trained in foreign animal disease diagnostician response and animal health response. So the primary purpose of those positions was as a veterinarian. The other ones were animal health technicians, which is quite often those who may have an animal health degree from university or a 2-year degree, or veterinary technicians is their primary background in training. And that's the training that we would need to fill a similar position.
Yes, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Chairman. So to fill those positions, like I know that veterinarians across the state are few and far between. So where would you foresee finding people to fulfill those positions where it's not going to take away from the local areas where we need veterinarians so desperately? Thank you.
Chairman Winter, Senator Pearson. So typically, well, first of all, there are some veterinarians that will leave practice to go into regulatory medicine. It used to be considered what they went into as a retirement job. It is no longer considered that. Our positions are extremely busy. But quite often they will come from out of state to fill those positions because they're looking for a regulatory position. It may be veterinarians looking to change their position within our state. It doesn't necessarily rob the state of current veterinarians. In fact, that's actually fairly uncommon. I will tell you that the 3 positions in our agency right now, none of us came from within the state of Wyoming originally. And quite often they do not. Actually, thinking upon it, they usually do not come within the state of Wyoming or within that state in particular. Often they're from other states because they'll have a specific training towards regulatory medicine. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for that gap and the thing, you mentioned some things are just not going to get done. What's the shortcoming do we anticipate with those loss of positions for our ag industry, our ranchers, like our people in our districts?
Chairman Winter, Representative Provenza, that's an excellent question. One of the things that really worries and concerns us about the loss of those positions is our response time for animal health emergencies. Typically disease emergencies, with a Port Animal Disease investigation, we're typically there that day. We're there within, say, 6 hours or half a day's time to do an investigation with that local veterinarian or that producer to see what might be going on. Now we're looking at a matter of days before we get there, which means that disease could spread significantly before we have a chance to be there. The next concern is education of our producers, not only in the face of a disease outbreak, but for example, brucellosis prevention. We try to do a couple meetings per season with our producers in the DSA. We try very hard to get that done. We try to meet with those producers during the summer, during their off times, to increase producer education and awareness and brucellosis mitigation. Those meetings have decreased significantly because we simply don't have the time to go meet with those producers. Our response time for our veterinarians that have disease questions, it may take a couple days before we can actually respond to some of those veterinarians. So our concern is that an animal disease may progress much further than what we could have done or prevented it from happening without those positions. And that we will be lacking. Another thing we try to do every summer was we try to really get with our 4-H kids, our FFA kids, our extension people. We try to increase that awareness, whether it's animal disease traceability, ADT, animal health concerns, what's happening in the show world. That did not happen this summer. Didn't do it.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So is it a question of filling the positions? Is it $1? Do you have the budget to fill them, or do you have applicants able to hire?
Chairman Winter, Representative Davis, right now there happens to be a surplus of veterinarians in the market in other states that have lost positions recently. So there are applicants out there as far as veterinarians willing to fill those positions. We do not have the budget to fill any of those positions. Correct? So it is a matter of budget within our agency. If we wanted to fill just one of those positions, we could not do it.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Seeing none, we do want to thank you for coming and helping us. We'll probably have some questions here in a little bit if you'd like to stick around.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee.
I have one other thing to, go ahead. The University of Wyoming Ag College has invited the committee to attend a dinner this evening at the Fire Rock and here in Casper. And we need to RSVP with Pepper Joe 6 back here in the back before we go, and we'll try to be there around 5 o'clock. Okay, Foundation for Conservation Districts, are they here? So would you introduce yourself and then carry on?
Apologies for the delay. We were, I have a PowerPoint, and so I was trying to rejoin the Zoom really quick to be able to present that to you all. Okay, perfect. You guys should be able to see that now. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Holly Kennedy. I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Association of Conservation Districts. And I'm joined here today by my president, my board president, Ryan Fieldgrove, who comes to you from the Clear Creek Conservation District in Buffalo. And he's going to be speaking to you a little bit later on in the presentation about specific projects that his conservation district in particular is working on, and just highlight some of the projects that, that some of our conservation districts participate in across the state. While we are not a state agency, we are certainly adjacent in that our individual conservation districts are entities of local government. So really excited to be able to present to you all today and just talk a little bit about conservation districts and how we came to be about within the state. So to start off, I might talk a little bit about how conservation districts were formed. So conservation districts, the idea of conservation districts came out of the 1930s Dust Bowl. So, you know, during that era, we saw a lot of farm practices that led to erosion and some other things like that. And so as a response to that, in 1935, under President FDR, the 1935 Soil Conservation Act was passed. And as part of that act, some key things came about. So that was the first piece of major US legislation that focused on natural resource conservation. And it laid a foundation for conservation districts and federal and local partnerships to come together. It helped stabilize the farmland and prevented future ecological disasters such as what we saw during that Dust Bowl era. This is what established the Soil Conservation Service, or the SCS, that is now known as the Natural Resources Conservation Service, or the NRCS today. So that also came out of this Soil Conservation Act of 1935. And something that it also did is it authorized federal technical and financial assistance to farmers for conservation practices, such as strip cropping, terracing, windbreaks, things like that. During this time, they saw that sometimes agencies working within that conservation space, they ended up kind of competing with each other, and there was a need for local leadership. And so the goal of that local leadership was to coordinate efforts and tie them to local conditions and priorities. So because of this, the president developed a model of conservation district law for consideration by state governments. In response to that, you'll see in 1941, the state of Wyoming passed what's called the Enabling Act. And that Enabling Act is what brought forth conservation districts within Wyoming. It formally established us as a subdivision of state government, and some of the key provisions that were within that 1941 Enabling Act, it gave us legal standing and recognition. It authorized those individual districts to mill levies for local taxes, and those are voter-approved levies here within the state. And then it also clarified some of our governance, how our supervisor election process worked, and our reporting requirements. So all of this, strengthened that locally led conservation and gave us authority on that, and ensured the long-term sustainability of our districts by providing funding mechanisms. This cemented a partnership between federal, state, and local conservation efforts. So fast forward a little bit, Wyoming gave us legislative authority to exist, and that can be found in Wyoming Statute 116103. That's where the establishment of that authority lies. the entire Chapter 16 is devoted just to conservation district law. So you'll find all of our conservation district laws there in Title 11, Chapter 16. But 103 in particular is what set up and gave legislative authority to conservation districts here within the state. And so I won't bore you by reading that off, but just know that that's where it's at. And I would highlight for you, some of the things that we are tasked with focusing on is stabilizing ranching and farming operations through preservation of natural resources, protection of the tax base, controlling of floods, prevention of impairment of dams and reservoirs, preservation of wildlife, protection of public lands, and then as well, we are tasked with protecting and promoting the health, safety, and general welfare of the people of the state. So as you can see, we have a pretty broad authorities that we've been granted and items that we've been tasked with through this legislative authority. Wyoming conservation districts are comprised of 34 individual conservation districts that are spread out across all 23 counties. So as you'll see on the map here, we do stretch from border to border across the state, and we are broke out into 5 separate areas. And so we do have representatives on my board, on the Wyoming Association of Conservation District Board, from each of those areas across the state, representing the breadth of natural resource conservation concerns out there. So you might be wondering, how do conservation districts work? Now, I've bored you with all the legal jargon that set us up and put us where we are today, but now we'll go into talking a little bit more about the actual work that our districts do across the state and how they're set up and work. So each individual conservation district is comprised of a board of supervisors. So basically a board of directors. Those are locally elected officials within each conservation district board. So each of those 34 conservation district boards have a board of supervisors, and those are specifically broke out into a couple of categories. So 3 of those representatives must be rural, so they must live outside of the municipalities within that district. 1 must be urban, 1 must live within a municipality within that district, and then 1 member can be at large, so they can live in either location. And those are elected on the general ballot in 4-year terms. So there's a total of 170 of those Board of Supervisors statewide representing conservation districts. In talking about kind of the areas of authority that conservation districts are granted, those are going to be seen in 1116-122. And so you'll see here from the language, some of the things we do is we conduct surveys, we do investigations, research, we disseminate information, and of course, all of this again is really focused on those erosion factors. So on soil erosion, on flood prevention, and then all of it ultimately to benefit our natural resources and our ag and farmland across the state. And so, looking at those statutes, one of the most important tenets and one of the things that I think you guys probably will hone in on the most here is one of the authorities that we are legislatively granted, and this is slightly different than some other state conservation districts, but the Wyoming conservation districts are granted authority as a cooperating agency. And so that gives us the authority to participate in the federal land planning process. And that is something that our districts take very seriously. That's something that we actively engage in, and we appreciate the opportunity to advocate for our natural resources and our private landowners across the state in that capacity. And so you'll see here in this part of the language, that special expertise section that I've highlighted for you, that is in particular where we come into, where our role comes into play there in that cooperating agency status is we are considered special experts. We have special expertise in the area of natural resource conservation, and that's where we participate in that cooperating agency process. So then moving on into some of the areas of focus of our conservation districts. So here's where I'm going to be drawing in my president, Ryan Fieldgrove, here to talk about some of the work of his district. But starting off, conservation forestry is one of our 4 focus areas. And as you'll see here, some of the areas where you'll see this work across the state, as many of you may be familiar with our living snow fence program. You may have seen those living snow fences along the sides of the highways to prevent, act as a wind barrier and catch snow from going across those highways. That's a project of conservation districts, as well as we have some urban and community forestry programs and some bark beetle mitigation programs. And then Ryan is going to talk specifically about some of the work that Clear Creek Conservation District there, based out of Buffalo, is working on.
Oh, there we go. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about some conservation practices this morning. As you know, the 4 corners of the state of Wyoming are quite varied in their resources, and those 34 districts have a variation in the practices that they employed back to their constituents wherever they're from. I wanted to speak to you, as Holly mentioned, about a local project that I'm most familiar with. So I'm from Buffalo. The name of our conservation district in northern Johnson County is the Clear Creek Conservation District. This is going to bring in all the members of our family. I feel like I just came to a family reunion this morning and listened to everybody that spoke previously about their reports. All the conservation districts do is pretty much tie all of that together. The Wyoming Department of Ag, we consider to be our big brother. They make sure that our governance is as the statute designs and that we're following all the rules so that we actually do what we're supposed to do. That being said, within the conservation district realm, we are often known as the coordinator. And it seems like we're invited to the party first, and then we get to determine, to some extent, who else joins us. And that can be anywhere from a state agency, an NGO, or typically the Farm Service Agency or the NRCS in Wyoming. What we're typically doing is trying to figure out what is a resolution to either conservation restoration or something proactive. As I'm sure you're well aware, a lot of our work revolves around water quality and watersheds. Watersheds don't just deal with water. They also deal with all the other resources in an area. That's the best way to think about how we're designed and where our districts lie. Those are watersheds and somewhat regional, consistent resource concerns. I wanted to mention the house straw fire. You guys probably are familiar with some of that that occurred. It was a week or a year ago, I think on the 23rd of August. My county incurred a significant fire for a variety of reasons. That was about 175,000 acres. About 85 to 90% of that, I believe, was mostly private land. Encompassing also BLM and state lands as well. Immediately after that fire happened, it's kind of the sense of doom. What do you do? Whether you're thinking about it just burned right through the northeastern sage-grouse quarry area, which we're also concerned about, right through the middle of it. What do we do with over 100 miles of fence? At an average cost of $18,000 a mile now. What do we do with all the other wildlife species? And then how do we protect our ranching and farming heritage that is named in the act? Luckily, I wanted to explain a success story. So sometimes in government, we're often critiqued at the layers of bureaucracy that is naturally created. I wanted to say that with this event, it's probably a very good example of how successful coordination can take place and actually resolve your constituents that you care about and protect the natural resources. In my county, there already existed membership, and they have I think they call themselves the New Wigwig Group, which stands for something, but I wanted to tell you it's the Forest Service, the BLM, the NRCS, the Farm Service Agency, the county commissioners, the Weed and Pest. We often bring in the Research and Extension Service out of Sheridan, as well as others in that group. What they do is they talk about what do we do in an event of a catastrophic event, such as fire, and then also floods. They had the opportunity to do this because about 10 years ago, we had a fire known as the Cato Fire, which was in that same area just north of where my family ranch is. That group got together, and what they did is they already predetermined and figured out what resources within their representative agencies could they employ to try to restore and get agricultural production back on the ground and try to minimize any damage of the resource. So that group already existed. When this fire happened, that group the very next day already met and tried to figure out what was the best course of action. The complexity was in the funding at that time, trying to figure out how much funds were available and who was going to lead in that challenge. The Conservation District has always been sort of the source as you go check with those producers to see if they're interested in some type of design and see what we can do. So that framework already existed within the districts. Our district is no different than any other district in the state as far as like that charge, if you will. So with that, so many people came into play. What we did is we planned the restoration activity. We thought from a district perspective that we might be helping with infrastructure, such as all the fencing and then water infrastructure. In the end, that did not need to happen because the Farm Service Agency, through their emergency resource program, were able to allocate funds. Also, the NRCS here at the state level was able to use IRA dollars, which existed at that time. And so people started already planning their fences 60 days after that fire. Locally, the community pretty much donated all the hay and transportation and necessary action that those ranchers needed to move livestock if necessary. Okay, so then fast forward. The winter happens, plans take place. We recognized that we needed to try to prevent some of our resource concerns from getting worse. You heard earlier today about the invasive grasses, Ventonata and Medusa Head, which are predominantly in Sheridan County, but are also in Sheridan County. That was our first concern because this fire is right there, not very far from that area. With any fire burn, the first thing that happens is the cheaters, and the cheaters are those invasive grasses or noxious weeds. So we knew we had to control the weeds. We also knew that we needed to do something with the fire lines. And then within all of this, we have the sage grouse, right? So we just lost the majority of our core area in Northeast Wyoming. That being said, our district manager, with the help of a lot of partners, coordinated 5 practices. And I wanted to quickly share those with you and explain the variety of the partners. The first one is they determined that they needed to do some sagebrush seeding in order to try to create seed banks. This was a little bit experimental, and if you were to ask me today how this went, I believe those that went on this tour here recently heard that it probably is maybe 5% successful, but nonetheless, it was a trial. This was funded by several partners, and it was designed by the Wyoming Game and Fish, our local district. And it was the first project of this kind in Wyoming, where we tried aerial sagebrush seeding. That was funded through the Wyoming Game and Fish, the Northern Great Plains Joint Venture, National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, Mule Deer Foundation, Pheasants Forever, and our local district. We seeded 2,000 acres. Next was the Fireline reclamation. I'm sure some of you know that they go out with dozers and blades and try to make a path around the fire to try to prevent it from its expansion. A fire line is one of the biggest scars after a fire. And a best practice is to come in and either treat or reseed or reclaim that with either discs or drills or other means. So project number 2 was Fireline seeding. That was funded by the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust, the Plank Stewardship Initiative, as well as the Clear Creek Conservation District. So we have now completely gone in and reclaimed all of that fire line. That started 90 days after that fire happened and just finished sometime, I believe, in June. The third is we wanted to prevent erosion. So obviously with the fire, one of the bigger concerns is what do you do when you get a significant amount of precipitation? You're trying to prevent as much erosion as possible. One of the newer practices is the Z-dikes in the Messick area, which is kind of the watershed, low-lying areas in the draws. That was designed by the WWNRT, the Pheasants Forever, the Northern Great Plains Joint Ventures, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife. 200 Z-dike structures were installed throughout that fire area. All of this to protect sage grouse, brood rearing, and prevent erosion. The fourth example is seeding of nesting habitat. So several models, and I believe Holly did show that on the presentation, or will. Yeah. Okay. We will see how the research shows that from fill studies, where was the critical areas around those sagebrush, sage grouse nesting habitat areas. The Wyoming Game and Fish, Pheasants Forever, the Conservation District went in and mapped, and what they're going to do now is start seeding those areas with sagebrush and forbs and all suitable seed sources for plants that sage grouse use during their nesting and breeding time of year. That will start October 1st of this fall. That was fully funded, again, by the WWNRT. And then finally, and one of the biggest probably projects is going to be the treatment of invasive annual grasses. For reasons that the weed and pest explained earlier today, as well as the recognition that the invasive of grasses are so destructive to just the general resource concern in a dry area like this, particularly concerned with sage grouse, but also the restoration of the native forage. What I wanted to summarize is all of the partners really that came into play. Some of them were planners and some of them were funders. Our district received $12 million from the WWNRT, a significant amount of funding, very much appreciated. And that funding will be spent to treat 80,000 acres of the burned area for invasive grasses, hopefully preventing preventing cheatgrass resurgent, as well as any potential ventonata encroachment. The other thing is they are also going to spray 30,000 acres right outside of the area that does have suitable sage grouse habitat and a sagebrush seed reserve. So what I wanted to share with the committee is that is a significant amount of funding. And I know that that was debated the last legislative season or session on, what was appropriate. I feel like this is a good example of this project, of how that money was leveraged with the other partners to try to protect the natural resource concern. And then just finally, from my perspective on this note, you'll see in that act that it speaks about agriculture, which is, food security, national security for our nation. What I will say, though, is all of the related interests, or especially NGOs, their concern is more on the wildlife. And so when we do projects like this, I hope our public understands that we just preserved wide open space. We preserved several species of wildlife habitat, as well as maintained our tax base for ranching and agriculture, necessary for the legacy of our state. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions specific to that project or any other conservation projects within our state, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for your report. That was very informative. If there was a private property owner in that fire, rancher on his deeded land, and he didn't want to seed back for sagebrush in a core area, since everything's gone, does he have any autonomy on the decision of replanting sagebrush on something he'd rather see in grass? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, absolutely. Yeah, no one is forced. One of the I would say protocols that all the conservation districts follow is it's voluntary. Everything's voluntary.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank you for the work that you did in that area. Representative Ottman and I went on a tour and looking at what the ground looks like after those fires. I mean, it's when you walk into a forest and you see a fire, you can see all the dead trees. But when we are looking at prairie fires that impacted our ag land, there's just nothing on the ground to be able to sustain agriculture or any of the other things that you talked about. And so, I just appreciate the work that happened there and just how well you brought all those people together to make sure that that got done after such devastating fire. So thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These are immediate actions that you're taking. What's the future look like? What are we looking to in the future, and funding and things like that to keep this ball rolling on reclamation, basically?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman and Representative, thank you for asking that question. From the district perspective, very much concerned on funding. We believe that the strategy works, the structure works. Wyoming works well with Wyoming. Our wild card is always our federal requirements or federal funding, federal agencies, usually of which is beyond our local administration control. Our concern truly is the ability to continue to do this type of work. So this project that I spoke about, the beneficiaries of this are going to be 40 years away, right? That's where we will see the true value in whether it's restoration of the sagebrush canopy and then, sustainability of the species of concern. I will say that you might have given me an opportunity to mention one thing, and that happens to be funding for conservation districts. So the design works well because it's established locally with either the county commissioners or constituents who find value in conservation district practices. It's varied greatly across the state. I come from a county with a mill levy, so we have the opportunity to have our own funding. There are other counties that do not have a mill levy, but they have significant support from their county commissioner general budget. I think that that design, while challenging and inconsistent, is also representative. It's representative locally of what is of value, and I think that is very important. I will say I am concerned with too much reduction in the potential funding source. And where I'm going with that is your challenge to figure out how much property tax relief do we give, right? So my concern is I think all the tools are there, all the agencies are on board, and like I said, Wyoming does it well. I believe that we have proven that with the sage-grouse recovery effort, but now it's going to be based on funding.
Any more questions? Seeing none, we want to thank you for being here.
Yeah, and I actually have some visual to go along with some of the projects that Ryan talked about. And I had a little bit more planned, but we're going to go ahead and wrap it up a little short for you guys. I know you are right up against lunchtime right now. I don't want to hold you too long. But we did have some pictures from his district specifically that highlight some of the projects that they've been doing. So for example, this one's a very proactive project, going in and doing some thinning project there. And you can see kind of the before and after of that. You know, and again, that was kind of in that conservation forestry area. I've got some examples that highlight in each of the areas of our focus. Another huge focus for us is water. And this one, we actually have a watershed coordinator position that focuses on assisting those districts in this area. And we get some really great support from Wyoming DEQ in this area. We work very closely with them on credible data, and we actually just had a training this summer to train our district staff on how to obtain credible data in water areas. And then we also receive significant support from the Wyoming Department of Agriculture in this area as well. And so they actually help co-fund that position for us to be able to offer that to our districts statewide as a support arm. And so Ryan mentioned in his presentation, I believe he said you established 200 of these structures. These are called a Z-dike structure. As you can see there, their intention, their purpose is to kind of slow that water down as it comes off of the surface and prevent some erosion. And so a very simplistic design that has huge benefits, not only for the soil and that resource itself, but also for wildlife and livestock species, because they also hold up water and serve as a water source at different times of the year as well. We actually have a district on the western side of the state that has some really good video from throughout the year. They set up a game camera and caught how many different species of wildlife were coming into that structure and utilizing it as a water source throughout the year. And so that's a pretty neat footage to see of just how effective these structures are. Here you'll see, this is another huge focus of the Clear Creek Conservation District, and several districts of in our state also have a similar focus of Russian olive removal. You all are probably fairly familiar with just how much water Russian olives soak up and how much they overtax that resource, as well as how quickly they spread and how prolific of a species they are. And so here you'll see the Clear Creek Conservation District went in and did quite a bit of significant cleanup on this property of those Russian olives. Another key area that we focus in on is wildlife. So you'll see we participate in safe harbor agreements. An example of that is the Wyoming toad down there in Laramie, in the Laramie Rivers Conservation District. We also participate in CCAAs. We have participated in migration corridors. We do a significant amount of work in trout passages. And then, of course, as President Fieldgrove mentioned, quite a bit in that invasive species area. And so here's an example from the Clear Creek Conservation District of where they went in and actually removed some of that fish barrier, and so made a better passageway for that species while also preventing erosion and some key things like that, going back to the tenets of our existence. Here's another project, and I might let Ryan speak to this one. I believe this was a cemetery project that they did. It looks like perhaps some wildlife-friendly fencing.
Yes, the cemetery project was several different practices where it was the removal of some woven wire. A lot of white-tailed deer like to enjoy Buffalo's golf course and the cemetery, as well as take out some of those Russian olives and then weed treatment along a riparian way.
Yes, go ahead, Senator.
So I'm curious, I hear this at a lot of these meetings. What's your budget and what did the tax cuts actually affect it?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, thank you for that question. We greatly appreciate it. So for us, it was a patchwork. So the Wyoming Association of Conservation Districts, we rely on funding from, like I mentioned, the Wyoming Department of Agriculture. We also receive some grant monies from Fish and Wildlife Services as well as from the NRCS. And then how it works is our individual districts are funded differently across the state. So some of those, as President Fieldgrove mentioned, receive a mill levy and receive property tax funding as well as funding from the energy sector. And then some of them rely on funding from their county commissioners. And that too is a patchwork. So for example, we have one district that receives $10,000 a year from their county commissioners, and that is their operating budget. It's the entirety of it. The rest of their work is done through grants. And that's pretty, I would say, replicable across the state. A lot of our districts, and one of the really cool things about districts, is I would describe them as scrappy, right? So they take a little bit and turn it into a lot. They're very good at leveraging funds. They're very good at leveraging partnerships. And so one of the key spaces that conservation districts really shine in is they are able to take, say, for example, that $10,000 a year operating budget and match it with grant funding, match it with funding from the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust, match it with a partnership with the Wyoming Game and Fish. They get all these entities together and around the same table, and they can then take that money and turn it into just a little bit of a start to a larger project, such as you saw with the house straw fire. And so while we're small, we pride ourselves in being pretty mighty and in the ability that we have to get those projects on the ground. So every dollar counts when it comes to conservation districts. And I don't know if Ryan wants to add anything to that.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Senator, for example, my district, the one mill was about 220,000 last year. This year it's 178.
Well,
yes, go ahead.
And do you attribute that solely to tax cuts or economic changes?
Sure. So generally, we attributed 28,000 to tax cuts.
Yeah, Chairman, Senator, so for example, we have some districts that weren't touched by the property tax cuts because of the way their funding mechanism is. So for example, I've heard from 2 of our districts where the energy offsets in their district were enough that they weren't seeing significant reductions in their funding from the property taxes. But we have other districts that have told us that they got a 20% reduction in funding in their budget based on property tax, the difference in property tax revenues in their district. So it really, true to Wyoming, right? It really just depends on the district and those funding mechanisms coming into them. The way that districts were set up from the beginning was to work off of mill levies, and that's kind of our structure. We're not like small businesses that have different streams and And one thing that really is significant to note about conservation districts is we, similar to, say, weed and pest districts, right, we're a special district the same as them, is we're really set up to benefit those within our district, those property owners within our district and within our boundaries. And so what we do, everything we do is kind of aimed at that cost share model, where we're trying to provide a benefit to those landowners for the least amount of cost possible. We don't realize revenues. We're not in a pricing mechanism where we bring in profits. We're really just trying to keep that baseline of what comes in and goes back out directly onto the ground.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the $28,000 reduction, where did you, what part of your budget, did you pull those reductions out of? Is it your equipment? Is it your wages? Is it, your office? I mean, your mill levy, I mean, you're talking about with the district and the funding there, that is your source of your employees, correct? And then anything that you can bring in them additional dollars is what you put on the ground in the forms of projects and things like that. But you have to have your planners, your base there somewhere.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, representatives specifically have stated that we will give a certain percentage of our budget back to a practice on the groundwork. And so that is the area that we cut. I will say there's a caveat to that my district has been a beneficiary of a emergency reserve. So within our emergency reserve, we will utilize, I believe, 60% of that for also additional special projects. We just absorbed it from basically our savings account. The special project area is the only place that we felt like we had the choice to cut unless it was staff. And in our case, because we had a heavy workload, we didn't believe that we had probably better cut the staff, and luckily we were able to get, this additional funding.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Davis, something else that I might highlight for all of you is so many of the grants that our districts work off of are matched grants. So we have to have something to match that to be able to recognize and realize that funding and be able to utilize it on the ground. So a lot of our districts are in this big quandary, right? Where you've committed these matched dollars to those grants, but now where do you come up with that money and where do you continue to source that money from? And with that, any of you who have had the wonderful opportunity to work on a grant can recognize how much accounting that requires, how much paperwork that requires, how much, staff behind that, staff hours behind that those take. And so it really is a delicate balance for our districts to try to figure out, how they can best continue to fulfill their mission with the reductions in funding.
Representative Ottman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yes, I was glad to see that project going on up there and the wonderful work that's being done. What I would ask, though, is just to put things in perspective of budgeting and just the upheaval and whatever that goes on in a state. Can you tell me approximately what the growth has been? Because I know in my county, it seems as though I try to go to the conservation district meetings, but I'm not always able to do that. What has been the growth over the last 5 or 6 years in your departments? Because it's like with anything, if you were given $1 million, you could sure do a heck of a lot more, right? If oil and gas and coal and uranium and everything booms, you'll be able to do a lot more. But at the current place that we are at with oil and gas going down, I know that property tax has been on the lips of everyone, but I also know that oil and gas have affected this greatly. How has your special district grown, the districts grown over the last 5 years?
Chairman Winters, Representative Ottman, President Fieldgrove might be able to give specifics from his county, but again, I would go back to, while some districts, and you may have noticed from the map, some districts follow county lines, some do not. Some of them are watershed-based or things such as that. So apologies if I go back to the language of county, because that's not always true, but oftentimes we think of them in county units, right? So some counties, some areas, some districts across the state have seen a gain in property taxes over the last couple of years because they're in a quote-unquote hot spot, right, where there's a lot of activity in the real estate market, if you will, but others are not. So, when you look at the way the property tax cuts were done, right, they gave a blanket cut, a blanket exemption. And so, similar to how our conservation districts are seeing a broad patchwork of what that looks like, right? Some are staying even, some might be up a little bit in their funding, some are down 20%. What property tax looks like in Niobrara County is very different than what property tax looks like in Teton County or Sublette County or Converse County or, Goshen County, right? So it's really a patchwork, and we're used to some variability in those funding mechanisms. But overall, I would say we haven't realized a great gain over the last couple of years. And when you look at the way that our projects get on the ground, what we do is long-term planning. And so variations over 1 or 2 years isn't going to equate to us doing a huge increase in operations, but rather looking more at that long-term, at that rainy day fund to be able to, again, set aside funds to be able to do match funding for grants. And so maybe to speak to the size of some of our conservation districts, some of our conservation districts share an employee with another district. Many of them have one part-time employee. And then we do have some larger districts that have the funding mechanism to be able to have multiple employees. But you're not looking at like huge departments or anything like that, right? You're looking at very small entities that maybe, I would say on average, maybe have 2 employees, 3 employees. So you're looking at pretty small overhead when it comes to employees, and yet they're able to get this much work on the ground. So for example, Clear Creek Conservation District has a district manager and then an office position, right? So, but yet they're able to coordinate this size of a project and get it on the ground with this many different partners. So, when I talk about the leveraging ability of these districts, that's kind of what I'm talking about is, they take this very small team, this very small set of resources, and combine it with other entities, agencies, and organizations to be able to put these big projects on the ground.
Senator Pearson, did you have something?
Thank you, Chairman. So my question is, what was your number in 2019 before all of these property taxes started hiking?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, that's a difficult one for me to answer because I come from a district that had a relatively low tax base on residential property, but also some coal bed methane and oil infrastructure or property value, and it's done this. So I wish I could answer that question, but I'm not sure I know off the top of my head exactly where the change was. I believe it was, I've heard this from our county commissioner that comes to our meetings, it's 60% higher than it was 4 years ago. So that's close. So in 2001.
Okay, so I know people are worried about this property tax issue, but I feel like at the end of the day, that was the number one issue when I was going door to door, where in Lincoln County, the property taxes went up over 110% in 5 years. And I feel like, or I know that the commissioners have the ability to not let that happen. And so it's very hard for me because I understand what the special districts are saying, and I know that we have to find a way to help the special districts and, you know, find a different funding source. But at the end of the day, people care more about their house and being able to stay in their house and stay on their properties. You know, I mean, they care about the special districts too, but what has happened in the last 5 years? They're very passionate about wanting to be able to stay in their homes. And so I just want people to understand that. And as an elected official, I have to listen to my constituents and what they want. And if they decide we want property taxes at the end of the day, after this cut, then fine, you know, but I have to listen to them. And we do need to find a way to be able to relieve people's property taxes, but still find a way to fund things. So I just wanted to make that comment to you. And that's why I was asking what it was in 2019. So thank you.
Senator Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the last 5 years or 10 years, would you say that as conservation districts, we're producer-oriented? Our producers come to you with projects. Has that increased in your area? Or are you about the same as far as the producers coming and saying, hey, we need to do a water or need to do the Russian olives or whatever? I mean, are you seeing more increase from your producers coming to you for guidance and projects on the ground?
Mr. Chairman, yes, Representative, I would say it's changed, and it's interesting because it used to be about education and outreach and research and best practice and, you know, the latest and greatest technology with agriculture production. Now I believe that it's more advanced. Our producers are coming to us with more advanced questions. You know, what is geofencing now? Let's not even have fences. Let's do GPS technology. Let's do all biological control methods of any types of noxious weeds or any of the invasive species of any kind. The grazing management has now, you know, taken kind of a course of action where it's intense grazing, and then what do you do with water development? So to answer your question, I would say now what we see is it's not so much education and research, because I think that everybody knows what a general best practice is in agriculture production. Now it's how to be innovative, and innovative always means how do I get to save money or make money?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Davis, one thing I would say is, I think not too many years ago, a lot of the conservation practices were kind of framed as the, you know, when you have surplus money, when you have extra time, the nice beneficial thing to be able to do. But I think we've seen more and more pressure, and we've seen more and more operations moving to this is what we must do to preserve our operation for the future and preserve our natural resources for the future. And so I think we've seen that shift within the districts as well, as far as who comes through the door, when they come through the door, and the kind of projects that they're looking for, right, is really, it really speaks to that founding tenet that we were charged with of keeping people on the land and keeping Wyoming agriculture strong and that tax base strong within the state. We're seeing a lot of practices being requested and put into place on the ground that really just speak to that sustainability of our industry, of the agricultural industry here within the state. And so, you know, again, it's going to vary a lot across the state. You know, Laramie County is going to put in a lot of windbreaks, a lot of shelter breaks, a lot of things like that. Your arid regions come to us a lot for help on pipelines, water pipelines to get water out to tanks, which of course benefit wildlife as well as agriculture, those solar mills, those kind of things. And then you have our heavily forested areas, right, that are focusing on not only this conservation forestry angle, but some of those newer tools that maybe save a little manpower, such as those geofences and things like that. And so, you know, we really see a lot of movement towards that efficiency, and that's something that we really enjoy being able to help those landowners with, is those things that help them recognize efficiencies and maybe have a little less manpower devoted to some of those tasks, such as going out and checking tanks every day and hauling water to livestock and things like that really eat up your bottom line very quickly. And so, you know, I would say that's a lot of our practices. One thing, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I may also speak to is, you know, we do receive a small amount of money from the state budget for the work that we do and to really stabilize and provide some base funding for our districts. And not only have we not seen an increase in that funding, but that funding has actually been significantly decreased over the years, and we have not made an ask of the legislature to increase that funding. You know, we really are a group that does more with less, and we've been doing more with less for a very long time, and we recognize the challenge. I mean, we are property owners too. You know, Ryan and I both come from family ranches and family ranching operations and own property, and we too feel the crunch of property taxes. And so we recognize, and especially our board collectively recognized this last legislative session, that, you know, there really is it's a balance, right? There's a balance to be had there of providing relief to those property owners and providing property tax relief. And, you know, on a personal level, I think we both thank you all for that. But then there's also that offset with the special districts, you know, what keeps our homes safe from fires, what makes sure our volunteer fire departments have enough, what makes sure that, you know, we're able to provide those services to ranchers when they come through our door with a need and an ask. You know, there's a balance, and I think we're all in the stage of figuring out what that looks like going forward.
Are there any more questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here.
Okay, perfect. And then here's those sagebrush seeding pictures. I don't know if we're still presenting, but we do have some pictures if you want to catch us and see those afterwards. And then if you didn't already, these should have been in your packets, but there's also some physical copies by the door that just highlight some of our policy areas, as well as talk a little bit about our history and our mission, and have all of our contact information on here as well. So if you didn't have those in your packets, I would just encourage you to grab one of those.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, is our state engineer here today? I think we'll go ahead and let you make your presentation, and then we'll worry about comment afterwards. So come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Joint Ag Committee. Appreciate being here today. My name is Jack Morey. I am the Deputy State Engineer. I have also asked that the Attorney General's office
assist me. Chris is supposed to be online. And he can introduce himself if he's needed. He's going to help me with the hard questions, so. I thought I'd start out as a state engineer's update by reading our mission statement. The mission of the Wyoming State Engineers Office and Board of Control is to provide for the general supervision and protection of both inter- and intra-state waters of Wyoming. This includes the appropriation, distribution, and application to beneficial use of water as provided under the prior appropriation doctrine, and to maintain the flexibility within that framework to meet the changing needs of the citizens of Wyoming. The State Engineer's Office collects, analyzes, maintains, and provides water-related information for ensuring the appropriate management and regulation of Wyoming water's resources. Next, I'd like to go over some overview. Our biennial budget is approximately $37 million. We have 118 authorized employees. Of those 118, about half of them are out in field offices, and the other half are in Cheyenne in headquarters. We currently have 4 vacancies, which 2 are in the field and 2 are in Cheyenne. Our personnel costs comprise approximately 68% of our budget. The State Engineer's Office was created by Article 8 of the Wyoming Constitution. We're to provide general supervision of Wyoming's waters, administer water law system based on prior appropriation doctrine, and provide protection and security in a water-scarce state. We also include the Board of Professional Engineers and Professional Land Surveyors, as well as the Professional Well Drillers Board. Within our agency, we have a groundwater division, surface water division, which includes safety of dams. We have Board of Control, interstate streams, and then the 2 boards that I mentioned, PE and PLS, and the Well Drillers Board. Those divisions are all supported by administration and support, IT support. I thought next I'd go over some trends. Surface water applications over the last 5 years have remained pretty level, about 550 on average. As far as groundwater applications, we're seeing an increase in groundwater we see a COVID spike, and other than that, we're pretty even. In 2020, water year 2020, we had 1,700 groundwater applications. In 2024, 1,622. And then a COVID spike in 21 and 22, we were over 2,000 applications. Another trend we're seeing a lot of interest in water exchanges. Junior water users are trying to secure their water supply during drying and unpredictable hydrology. This is particularly in the Green River Basin. We're also seeing temporary water use agreements for similar reasons. Junior water users are trying to seek alternative water supplies through unknown hydrology. We also are a part of industrial siting. So on large projects, SEO has a role in industrial siting. If the project qualifies for permits, SEO performs a water supply and yield analysis for qualifying projects that will use more than 800 acre-feet of water in 1 year. Project examples include the recent Natrium project, several Trona projects, gold mines. We're also aware of, but have yet to receive, rare earth mineral mines, wind farms, hydrogen, or gravel. Next thing I'd like to go over is our Safety of Dams division.
State of Wyoming has 1,471 regulated dams by the state engineer's office oversees. Of those 1,400 dams, 1,267 of them are low hazard dams. 123 of those low hazard dams are owned by federal entities, reclamation, BLM, et cetera. 19 are state owned, and the remainder are others, which could be local government, landowners, utility companies, small landowners. Let's go back to the 1,267 low hazard dams. 525 of them, or 41%, have been rated in poor condition. The next level of dams would be significant hazard, okay? So of the 1,471 dams, 107 of them are significant hazard dams. 7 of those are federally owned, 2 are state-owned, and again, the remaining 98 are others. So local government, private landowners, utility companies, et cetera. Of the 107 significant hazard dams in the state, 38 of them, or 36%, are rated in poor condition. The last classification of dams are high hazard dams. We have 97 high hazard dams in the state of Wyoming. 29 owned by the federal government, 2 are state owned, and again, the remaining 66 are owned by others. Of those 97 high hazard dams, 13, and coincidentally 13% of them, are in poor condition. To bring this up, we've all heard aging infrastructure. This is another example of our aging infrastructure in our state. Next thing I'd like to bring up some internal happenings within our agency. Our e-permit system is our water rights database. It's very antiquated. We no longer have support of it. It's written on very old software. Thankfully, thank you to you guys, legislature in 2024, you approved money. We are currently rebuilding our water right database and our business operation system. Third-party consultant has been working with us. We're well into this project. We expect to be online and operating by 2027. Lastly, I'd like to bring up ADWRs. House Bill 2 in 2022 strengthened requirements in the county subdivision and closed loopholes in municipal subdivisions, forcing developers to do something with the water rights and not letting them become orphaned. The most popular option is an ADWR, authorization to detach water rights. That allows the developer 5 years. He can still go forward with his subdivision, and he has 5 years to do something about the water rights and not orphan them. And with that, our Board of Control also now meets monthly to approve ADWRs. They call a special meeting every month and deal with ADWRs only. That's along with their quarterly meetings where they address all the petitions and hearings as well. So, current happenings, as everybody here knows, water supply in the state has been very dry. We're in regulation from on all 4 corners. The North Platte has been under allocation all summer. What an allocation means is it limits diversions in excess of 6,600 acre feet over a 2-week period below Pathfinder Dam. We've never, when we're in allocations, we've never exceeded that number. Furthermore, Southeast Wyoming or Division 1, we currently have 17 active calls for regulation. In Division 2, which is the northeast corner of the state, we have 8. In Division 3, we also have 8. That's the Bighorn Basin for the most part. Division 4 is seeing the most effect of this dry weather. They have 19 calls for regulation and no end in sight. I did talk to our superintendent this morning, said they did get a half-inch of moisture this week, so that's a blessing. They need more, and that's where all our fires are right now, et cetera. I do also want to point out that those numbers, calls for regulation, they're probably conservative because a lot of people in this room, as we know, as a community, when we know water's tight, we get along, we try to share the water as to avoid a call, and hopefully everybody can benefit from what little water we have. So just because there's not a call doesn't mean our producers are short of water. The last current event I want to talk about is our interstate responsibilities, mainly being the Colorado River. We're actively negotiating with the Colorado River Basin states, the Department of Interior, and Reclamation to develop new operating agreements to replace expiring agreements that determine the operation of the Colorado River. These happen to expire in next year. The intent of the 7 basin states is to arrive at a consensus agreement which will primarily determine the operations of Lake Powell and Lake Mead. Absent an agreement, we are likely left to the courts or Congress to decide for us. Our best opportunity in being able to control our own destiny is an agreement. We are concerned that if we engage in involuntary curtailment or are forced to reduce our use, it will lead to permanent fallowing of irrigated agriculture. We think there are better options. One thing that will be paramount in our ability to reach a consensus with the other states, including us, we're one of the 7, is being able to contribute to a solution. And one of our contributions, one of our visions is voluntary conservation. Because of this, State Engineer Gebhardt introduced an interim topic to consider developing a pilot water conservation program for the Green River and Little Snake basins. We've been working with Select Water Committee, the water users, and the advisory committee before this upcoming legislation. Last month, we had a public meeting in Green River with the Colorado River Advisory Committee, as well as one in Pinedale, Lyman, and Baggs. At those meetings, we were getting input from the water users about the concept of a voluntary conservation program. We also provided them findings to the Select Water Committee earlier this month in August 7th. With the help of the Attorney General's office, we've started developing draft legislation for the Select Water Committee to review and consider at their next meeting. Those efforts will continue. We'll continue working with the Advisory Committee and the water users to try to make this a good program that will help the shortfalls we're seeing in the Green River and Snake River basins. State Engineer Gebhardt also wanted me to make you guys aware that in September, he's planning to invite all legislators to a presentation covering Wyoming water law, Wyoming's interstate compacts, and a detailed update on the Colorado River. He can get much more detail than I can in all those meetings he's attending out of state and in state. We're currently have multiple studies going on in the Colorado River. These are both state and federal dollars to get better information on water use, transit loss, conveyance losses, and water availability, mainly the concept of free river, a free river study. So, in closing, We are experiencing increased pressure from downstream states and the federal government, and it is straining and will continue to strain our rights and obligations under our compacts and decrees. These strains include an increasing risk of interstate litigation. The Colorado River Basin in particular is experiencing increased pressure to manage the water resources as the supply decreases and demand increases. Also, current litigation between Nebraska and Colorado on the South Platte will increase strain on the North Platte River and the Platte River Recovery Implementation Program that Wyoming happens to be a party to as well with Colorado and Nebraska. Furthermore, there are also concerns in Utah over declining levels in the Great Salt Lake, and impacts to endangered species in that basin will furthermore increase strain on upstream Bear River water supplies in Wyoming. We are also in active discussion with the Bureau of Reclamation to maintain adequate supplies in the Belle Fourche River below Keyhole and investigate additional supplies for Wyoming from that reservoir. New litigation in downstream states and the risk of litigation associated with the compacts and decrees we are party to have created additional strain on the state engineer's office. Current workloads and our attentions. The risks of litigation are ever increasing and will require more attention now and in the very near future. With that, I would gladly sit for questions.
Okay. Does the committee have any questions? Representative Otten.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't sure if we were going to wait or if do it. I do have a couple questions. First off, thank you. I would not be in your seat for anything. So what I'm wondering is as we as a state are having growing pains, you know, we want to grow, we want to develop, we want to do all these things. What is the reality of the necessity to make sure when we are doing things through our local planning departments, through business growth, through the state, how are they in conversation with one another at all? Because what I'm seeing through this litigation, it seems as though the litigation is more because we want what we want rather than wrongdoing being done. So what I'm wondering is through the business council, through the planning department's growth, housing development and all of those things, if we are having less water, are we in conversation with all of these entities to say, we may not be able to do all these things if we don't have the water? How can we make sure that everybody has a reality check of what is really going on and the direction that we need to take?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, that's a great question. If I'm interpreting your question, there's actually two parts to that. I want to be clear, the litigations that we're foresee are in our interstate water. So it's other states looking upstream to our water. Where within the state, we have our own water rights system. And again, I'll remind you, in industrial sightings, these very large projects, we have an opportunity and they have to submit to us a water supply and yield analysis to ensure that the water source is there. So while development we're very acute to development and is there enough water, they have to supply us with a report to prove that there is enough water, a source for water for these large projects. I hope that answers your question.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just to say, a lot of things were going on in my mind. Maybe it didn't all come out clearly. But with the litigation for the state engineer's office and looking at our southern neighbors or neighbors, period, is the litigation because we are not in compliance with the law, or because they are wanting to challenge our rights to our water and they want more?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, I'm hoping Chris is online and I just see his smiling face. So hopefully he can help me answer this question.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Again, my name is Chris Brown. I supervise the water section of the Attorney General's office. And it's a great question, not one that's easy to answer. And it really depends on location. It really depends on what particular problem that you're talking about. I'll remind the committee that the state of Wyoming has 7 interstate compacts, 3 interstate decrees. They all say different things. And so our obligations and our rights under those compacts can differ. We also see that the water supply situation is different in our different basins. And so the risk of not being in compliance or out of compliance with our interstate obligations differs depending upon those particular agreements. So the main focus and the main thing that's really on the front burner right now is the Colorado River Basin. I will tell the committee, in my opinion, we are in full compliance with our obligations under the 1922 Compact and the 1948 Compact, but I'll also tell you that some of our downstream states may not agree with me. And it may be that they might agree with me today, but the projections that we're seeing, the absolutely horrible water years that we're experiencing, the projections are that we're going to hit some of the pinch points, some of the points where we know there are differing opinions between Wyoming and the other upper basin states and the states in the lower basin of the Colorado River. And so we know there's litigation pinch points that we're going to hit because of the dwindling water supply. And we also know that our interpretation, our belief of our obligations under the compacts don't match with our lower basin friends. And so what we're in the process of right now is trying to reach consensus agreements so that we can figure out a way to navigate this dwindling water supply together in a way that we can make work best for us. And that's what we're in the process of doing. Our most immediate deadline is November 11th, where the Secretary of the Interior has asked for a framework consensus deal so that they can inject into their broader NEPA process that's currently going on in the Colorado River Basin. And so we are working very diligently. One of the reasons I'm not there today is that I've got multiple other meetings working on that question. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure I fully answered the other question. It depends on the basin. I would argue that we're in compliance with all of our interstate obligations as we're sitting here today. But also, as we're sitting here today, we're seeing hot and dry, and we're seeing dwindling water supplies. And so those questions are going to become more prominent if that trend continues.
Yes, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. I know these are hard discussions, but my concern is, I've got to get my readers. So you said that here in Wyoming that the water sources are here. The water sources for these big companies, and they're saying that they have the water source. And my question is, but at what expense? So you say that you have the voluntary conservation. What is the expense of that? Doesn't that reduce the groundwater in those areas, the water table, wells, springs, things like that, when people are doing the voluntary conservation? And what is that doing to the groundwater under that land? If that land isn't getting the hydration that it's had in the past, if that makes sense. Also, I'd like to ask, are there suggestions to other states that they should find other avenues to supply their additional demands, such as desalinization plants, things like that, you know, to help with the extra water that they need? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pearson, I'd also like to defer that one to Chris. I'm going to let him try to answer that, please.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, Senator Pearson. Yeah, I think you started out with, maybe not, but these are very complex questions. And I think one of the pieces, and let's talk about some of the new development that I think there was another question related to. Again, that really depends on location. And so you can identify different issues for City of Cheyenne, for example, and what sort of water resources are available, what sort of current demands are there, and what is the City of Cheyenne doing with regard to propping up certainty in its water supply, which I'll just put in a plug for Cheyenne BOPU. They're incredibly plugged in and very involved with all kinds of proactive solutions. If you're talking about the City of Sheridan, we dealt with this with the City of Sheridan in our litigation with Montana under the Yellowstone River Compact. Very plugged in, very active in trying to make sure that they had secure water supplies. Let's move down into the southwest corner of the state in the Colorado River Basin. We've seen recent applications with Trona, additional desire to Trona mine. And as part of that process, in trying to identify the water supply available for those projects, they not only need to identify, the stream flow. And again, it's about location. Those particular diversions for that particular industrial development are downstream of all the major agricultural use in our portion of the basin. They're also required as part of that process to identify backup sources of water. Storage, for example, or identifying other, and Fontenelle is the primary example in the Colorado River Basin. State of Wyoming has contracts in that federal reservoir that the state of Wyoming directly markets to downstream users. And so that's part of that process for those users. I think Senator Pearson, what you were talking about is if we engage in either a voluntary conservation program or these junior users look upstream and ask irrigated ag to reduce its use in order to supply that junior use, it's going to have impact not only on that local water right holder, that irrigator, but it's also going to have impacts to the local area because it's going to change the return flow regime to some degree. It's going to have impacts on the groundwater table in that area. And that is definitely one of the issues when we're out talking to folks in Pinedale, we're talking to folks in Lyman, and we're talking to folks in Baggs, and we're talking to not only the farming and ranching community, but we're talking about environmental interests, recreationists, trying to figure out how do you put all those pieces together into a program that can provide flexibility such that we can have temporary conservation, such that you're not permanently removing irrigation water from those fields, but you can have it be in a temporary nature, but also respect and understand what kind of impacts are you going to have to the local area. And that's why we're trying to move forward with this proposed legislation so that we can put a framework in place to have a more opportunity to develop something that takes those things into consideration. Otherwise, our junior users are going to be left with the tools they have available to them. City of Laramie, for example, bought a ranch with the expectation in the future they're going to dry the ranch, move it to municipal use. We've seen that in the North Platte Basin for industrial uses. We're trying to develop more flexible tools such that we're not making them rely only on a permanent buy and dry situation. So the concerns you raise are real. They are front and center in discussions that we've had with our Colorado River Advisory Committee and with the working group before that. And part of what we're trying to move forward is to have a mechanism that can address those to the extent we can address them.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, well, seeing none, thank you very much for being here, both of you, and
Thank you.
we'll probably have questions sometime to get to you, so thank you. Okay, it's past lunchtime. I don't suppose anybody is going to starve, but I think we'll go ahead and break. Public comment, we'll try to address any. First of all, are there any people here who want to comment on anything that's been discussed here at this meeting? Okay, could you be here after lunch to do that? Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to address real quick a couple comments about adjusting a program size, a district size, based on what tax funding would look like. When we have big budgets for weed and pest districts, it doesn't look like we grow our operation, our district, our employees, buildings, but we might adjust how much cost share we can add to programs. So we could pay for 70% of prairie dog treatments. And then I think people need to understand, and I totally agree, I feel that way as a homeowner, that you want to prioritize your home and your family. But I think people need to understand when those tax funds are changed, when those tax breaks come, districts at some point will adjust their programs down. So you could expect less cost share on something, less big scale projects, maybe depending on what that funding looked like. So I just wanted to say that on Special District's behalf.
Yes, well, thank you. I think we'll go ahead and break for lunch, and let's try to make this a 1 hour lunch if we can, and get back here a little after 2. So plan that way. 2:15 maybe? Okay, 2:15.